Chapter 867. Challenge. Chapter 867. Challenge in a hidden venue in the city. 3 men were currently watching over a little girl. One of them was wearing light armor. He was tall and well-built. Clearly, he was the leader of these 3 people. "My lord, this La S isn't well behaved. Let us take good care of her," one of the martial artists said, as he threw a slap on the little girl's face with a smack. The little girl did not dare to struggle anymore after getting hit, but that stubborn gaze was exhibited in its entirety. That La S that person was talking about was precisely the Yenling who went missing. Yenling was currently tied up on a chair, struggling endlessly. She glared at the 3 people furiously, filled with resentment, being kidnapped the last time. She was still young and did not feel anything at all. But the agony of these few years made her life worse than living L. This point also made Yen Ling much more mature compared to those of the same age. Therefore, being kidnapped by these people, Yen Ling was extremely disgusted by them. That person wearing light armor looked at Yen Ling, his eyes filled with doubt as he muttered, "Back then, I clearly used the pulse-severing divine palm to sever this girlie's meridians. I didn't expect that after a time interval of several years, she actually recovered. Truly inconceivable." The other 2 people's expressions changed, and they said, "No way, right? Milord's pulse-severing divine palm's power is incredible. Forget about a little girl. Even a battle-seasoned martial artist can't withstand it either. How can this girlie possibly recover? Could your excellency have identified wrongly?" That person waved his hand and said, "Maybe I'll recognize this girlie wrongly, but her parents, I won't identify them wrongly. The outstanding few people who come to Cloud Transit City for travel trade, I know them like the palm of my hands. Yen Jun is the most outstanding among them. Back then, that deal virtually squeezed dry all of his savings. I didn't think that after several years he has ACCU mulat considerable wealth again. Ha, so what? Aren't they just pigs that your excellency is rearing, butchering once they get fat? With this girlie here, will we still fear that Yen Jun not submitting obediently?" said a martial artist. "Oh, that's true. All thanks to these fat pigs that I am able to have my present strength. Now, this seat is only a step away from phaseless realm," said the middle-aged man in light armor said. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. My lord is an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Once you enter the phaseless realm, your future prospects will be boundless. At that time, naturally you won't go without benefits." When the 2 people heard this, they were both beside themselves with joy. That middle-aged man in light armor was actually an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. One of the underlings bowed his body and asked, "My lord, how to dispose of this girlie?" The middle-aged man in light armor said with a cruel smile, "The last time, pulse-severing divine palm didn't kill her. I don't believe that it can't kill her this time, too. This time, I'm going to sever all of her meridians. See how she still survives." Bang, bang, bang. "My lord, this subordinate has an important matter to report." Right then, vigorously knocking sounds suddenly sounded out outside the door. The middle-aged man in light armor furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Come in." A subordinate pushed the door and entered, coming in front of the middle-aged man in light armor, all in a FLUS. He said, "My lord, things are bad. Somebody wants to challenge you." The eyebrows of the middle-aged man in light armor raised up, and he laughed loudly as he said, "Challenge me? Ha ha ha. It's really been so many years since anyone dared to seek death like this. Doesn't he know that this Cloud Transit City's city lord is an expert ranked 463 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? That person challenging is merely a second level heaven enlightenment young man, said the subordinate after he hesitated for a moment. What? A second level heaven enlightenment dares to challenge our Lord Siering? Is this someone who's complaining that his lifespan is too long and is tired of living? Ha ha, what a joke. Even though Cloud Transient City is a small city, Lord Sieying's reputation is known far and wide. This punk is definitely a moron. As long as one slightly inquires about it a little, they wouldn't do this sort of foolish thing either. The two subordinates seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, both laughing their heads off. Including Sieying himself, gave a slight smile too, and said to the three subordinates, "You guys watch the person carefully. I'll go and chop off that punk's dog head first." "Yes, Your Excellency," the three people voiced their assent. The chaotic Devil Seas rule was that anyone could challenge the city lord. As long as one had the strength to kill the city lord, they could take his place. Moreover, as long as someone challenged, the city lord must accept the challenge, all the way until one party was killed. Logically speaking, under this sort of rule, the city lord being replaced should be frequent occurrences. But in reality, Cloud Transient City's city Lord Sieying had already been in this position for over a decade. When he summed the position, there were naturally quite a few people who were unconvinced and issued challenges to him. But in the end, all of them were killed by him without any exception. Gradually, people who dared to challenge him became lesser and lesser, and along with the sing of time, Sieying's strength became increasingly stronger. All the way until later, Sieying became an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. Ever since then, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Today was indeed out of the blue. It was the first time in several years. After Sieying left, the three underlings all did not detect a small lotus flower growing out from the corner of a wall. Yi Yuan sat in front of the city lord manor quietly, closing his eyes to meditate, quietly waiting for Sieying's arrival. The one challenging Sieying was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Out of Lin Shuang's expectations, Yi Yuan did not go and rescue Linger right away. Instead, he came straight to the city lord manor and issued a challenge to Sieying in front of everyone. What on earth is Master Yi selling in his gourd? He's merely an alchemist. Why? Why did he go and challenge City Lord Xie? City Lord Xie is an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. Challenging with his strength, isn't that seeking death? Didn't he say he was helping owner Yen find his daughter previously? How did he search until he came here to challenge? The Green Sea Mercenary Group and Yenjun husband and wife were all here spectating. The Green Sea Mercenary Group's members were all gesticulating, clearly very perplexed by Yi Yuan's actions. Lin Shuang grabbed her husband's hand tightly and said with an anxious look on her face, "Husband, Master Yi must have guessed something and wants to give vent on Linger's behalf." But Yenjun's expression was very ugly. Although he had never met with Sieying before, to be able to abduct Yenling away in Cloud Transient City noiselessly. Who else could there be other than Sieying? City Lord Sieying was clearly the greatest suspect, but even if he knew, he was powerless to do anything as well. Earth Carnage Proclamation's number 463 expert was totally not what he could deal with, let alone that the City Lord Manor still had many experts. Yen Jun initially already resigned himself to his fate and brought out all of his savings over these past few years for Sieying. What he did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually ran out and challenged City Lord Sieying on his own. Finally, Yen Jun could not endure it anymore and came in front of Yi Yuan to urge, "Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but Sieying is an Earth Carnage Proclamation's veteran expert. His strength is unfathomable. Challenging the city lord, one has to determine who lives and who dies. You doing this for Linger, us husband and wife, will have a guilty conscience for the rest of our lives. Chapter 868, Absolute Kill Token. Chapter 868, Absolute Kill Token. Master Yi, us husband and wife, are already endlessly grateful to you for treating Linger. But this Xiang, he really cannot be provoked. Quickly go now, leave Cloud Transient City. The further you go, the better. Lin Shuang urged as well, but her voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man wearing light armor who was flying in air landed in front of Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, without my agreement. Xie Ying's, even if you guys want to leave, you can't go either. Since you put forth the challenge, you got to have an awareness of death. Go. Where can you guys go to? Xie Ying said, arrogantly. When Yan Jun saw Xie Ying, his eyes wanted to spew fire. He could not endure it anymore, and said, Xie Ying, was it you who abducted Linger away? Yan Jun originally thought that Xie Ying would deny it. He did not expect that Xie Ying would actually laugh out loud and say, so what if yes? Are the earth essence crystals I want prepared? Don't blame me for not warning you. Even though there's a fool who's challenging this seat, once the time is up, I'll send your daughter on her way all the same. Don't think that this punk can buy time. Xie Ying admitting it openly made Yan Jun even more enraged. If not for being apprehensive that the other party's strength was too formidable, he would really want to go up and risk his life at this instant. You and I have no grudges. Why do you want to target me time and again? Yan Jun denounced indignantly. Xie Ying looked at Yan Jun pitifully and said in disdain, why? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Don't you know what kind of place you're in right now? This place is the chaotic Devil Sea. In this Cloud Transient City, I'm the king. Everything of yours is all mine. What does some mere earth essence crystals count as? I'm not targeting you, but targeting you all, these travel trade merchants. You guys make use of the chaotic Devil Sea's resources to make staggering profits. Since that's the case, I let you all AMA. Wait until you're fat, then slaughter and eat. What's wrong with it? This kind of excuse might be very preposterous in the outside world. But in this Cloud Transient City, it was not very hard to understand. This point, it could be seen from the expressions of the people surrounding and watching. They did not cast over very pitying looks towards Yan Jun. More of it was indifference and contempt. In here, one could only end up as lambs that other people talked about, without strength. In here, there had never been a reason to talk about. In this Cloud Transient City, Xie Ying's strength was the most powerful, so whatever he did was right. The reason why he employed kidnapping actions was just in order to not stir the GRAS and frighten away the snake, to let these merchants have some more time to ACCU mulate. Yan Jun was angered until he trembled all over, but his eyes revealed a look of despair. He originally thought that earth essence crystals could settle everything. However, he was wrong. For so many years, he was merely a lamb that others let loose to rear. It was just that this lamb, was fatter, and he was getting slaughtered by Xie Ying for the second time. Whatever you have, come at me. Why do you want to deal with a little girl without a weapon in her hand? Back then, Linger was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Lin Shuang trembled as she said. Xie Ying pursed his mouth and said scornfully, baby? In the chaotic Devil Sea, not having strength is the original sin. There is no pity here, only strength. You all have stayed in the chaotic Devil Sea for so many years and actually can't even see through this point. Fools. You devil. Elder Brother Liu, I give all of my sets to you. I request you to help kill this fiend for me. Yan Jun could no longer put up with it anymore and wanted to use all of his wealth to gamble for Xie Ying's life. Yan Jun himself was a heaven enlightenment realm too, but in front of Xie Ying, He was too weak. The two of them, husband and wife, attacking together could not possibly be Xie Ying's match either. They could only use money to do things. Lu Yuxing's expression was very ugly. He did not think that Ling Er's disappearance would actually involve Xie Ying. Although he scared away Tensi using the Spirit Profound Unity formation previously, facing the Xie Ying whose strength was a level higher, Lu Yuxing hesitated. Owner Yen, not that Lu Yuxing cravenly cling to life instead of braving death. It's just that. I'm really not his match. Your money. If I take this job, I have the life to earn, but I don't have the life to spend. Lu Yuxing said, helplessly. The moment these words were uttered, Yan Jun and Lin Shuang, all of the pair's strength seemed to be drained, unwittingly falling back 2 steps. The Green Sea Mercenary Group was his greatest reliance. But even Lu Yuxing was not willing to make a move. What hope did he still have? Xie Ying was even more incomparably proud of himself when he saw the situation and said with a loud laugh, I already said this cloud transient city is my world, Xie Ying's. What can a tiny little mercenary group do to me? Humph. If you're sensible, get the money ready and send it to the location. Perhaps you can still see that cute daughter of yours. However, wait until I dispose of this trash first before talking. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone has dared to challenge this seat? Xie Ying looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmering gaze, looking in high spirits. Ever since he ascended to the Earth Carnage Proclamation, no one challenged him. He did not expect that today. There was actually someone who delivered himself to the gate to let him practice. Although his strength was a bit weak, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it was sufficient. Yi Yuan did not speak at the side, all along. It was in order to let Yan Jun husband and wife know the chaotic devil sea's cruelty. This kind of money was really not easy to earn. Without adequate strength, it would only be like drawing water with a sieve in the end. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his mouth to say, the nonsense has been said entirely. I can send you on your way already. Are you handing over the absolute kill token on your own? Or do you want me to come to take it myself? Xie Ying was stunned and looked at Yi Yuan like he was staring at a fool as he said, just the likes of you want my absolute kill token too? Go back and train for another 100 years. This absolute kill token was precisely the second objective of Yi Yuan coming to Cloud Transient City, because only by possessing this absolute kill token could one enter the slaughter steps. Otherwise, entering inside rashly, one would be obliterated. Each city lord had an absolute kill token in possession. To obtain the absolute kill token to enter the slaughter steps, it could only be accomplished by killing a city lord. If the incumbent city lord entered the slaughter steps would send over another token for the next city lord. Of course, this process would be another gory struggle. Yan Jun duo were battered out of their senses. Suddenly hearing Yi Yuan's words, they could not help being startled. They hurriedly went up to grab hold of Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi, you're our family's benefactor. We can't watch you cast away your life in vain. Your kindness, Shuang and I will bear it in mind. It's just that we can only repay it in the next life. Yi Yuan smiled broadly when he heard that and said, Owner Yen is worrying too much. I came to this Cloud Transient City for the sake of the absolute kill token in the first place. It's just that I didn't expect that Linger would run into this kind of incident. Since this matter was done by Xie Ying, then it just nice saves me a lot of trouble combining two things into one. The pain that Linger suffered these past few years, let him pay it back in blood. Yanjun was stunned and muttered, but he's an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. You're just an alchemist. It's impossible to beat him. Yi Yuan lightly patted on Yan Jun's shoulder twice and said, "I believe that this time you should have seen clearly what kind of place the chaotic devil sea is. After I rescue Linger, your family of 3 should leave this place and never come here again. This place is not a place that you guys should come." Chapter 869. Fusion. Chapter 869. Fusion, shameless boasting fool. Going to lose your life right away already, and you still wish to go rescue people? Xia Ying chortled and said. Yi Yuan's calm attitude made Xia Ying very displeased. Putting on an act got to have a limit too, right? A second level heaven enlightenment challenging and earth carnage proclamation expert. This kind of thing had never happened before in the chaotic devil sea. To earth carnage proclamation experts, it had always been them crossing realms to challenge others. When had they been challenged by others before? Yan Jun still wanted to say something, but he was lightly pushed by Yi Yuan's essence energy. Both he and Lin Shuang were pushed aside immediately. Yan Jun could not help being dumbfounded. He was a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist too. Being pushed by Yi Yuan here, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, "Was your earth carnage proclamation ranking boasted out with your mouth? So much C-R-A-P." Xie Ying's expression turned cold, and he said, "Stinking brat, you'll die very horribly." A violent killing intent erupted out, almost materializing. The surrounding audience could not withstand this killing intent at all, and hurriedly retreated and spread out. Already have not seen Xia Ying take action for many years. His strength is even greater than in the past. His killing intent has condensed to become tangible. Looks like his comprehension in the slaughter supreme true intent has already improved further. No wonder his earth carnage proclamation rank rose nonstop these few years. Looks like he's already not far from phaseless realm. This brat challenging Xia Ying is simply courting death. Xia Ying's position was fought out using bona fide battle results. Although he had not taken action for many years, his strength was clearly rising steadily. By this time, when Xia Ying exhibited his strength in front of everyone once again, no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. The slaughter true intent was a concept universally comprehended by the chaotic devil seas martial artists. The slaughter concept was also a top-notch supreme true intent. When cultivated to the extreme, it was also not at all inferior to the scorching concept. After cultivating to an exceedingly high realm, one could confuse the opponent's mental state just by relying on the concept released by the martial artist, and then make the first strike from there. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the storm very comfortably, looking very calm. The slaughter true intent was very strong, but just based on Xie Ying's comprehension, it was unable to shake Yi Yuan the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, Xie Ying's expression changed slightly too. Looks like this brat was also not without capabilities at all to dare raise a hue. Chi! Xie Ying's figure suddenly burst forth. The sword in his hand actually disappeared bizarrely. Shadowless sword. Xie Ying's shadowless sword finally appeared once again. He draws his sword without any traces. It is completely hard to fathom. I can't believe that it's the killing move he used the moment he attacks. The moment Xie Ying moved, someone immediately cried out in shock. Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His entire person entered into heart-like monolith heart realm, knowing all of the surroundings like the palm of his own hand. Clank! A crisp metal class. Plussing sound came over. Yi Yuan and Xie Ying separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was actually repelled back several dozen steps. This boy actually used the power of his fleshy body to have a frontal clash with Xie Ying. Just how powerful is his fleshy body? Such a quick sword move. How did he see it? No wonder this boy dared to challenge Xie Ying. turns out that his strength was actually this powerful, but it looks like he still isn't Xie Ying's match. One move down, Xie Ying did not move a muscle, while Yi Yuan was beaten back several dozen steps. Whoever was superior was immediately determined. Ha! No wonder you were so see. Kentucky, turns out that your fleshy body has already cultivated to such a level. However, no matter how powerful your fleshy body is, it's of no avail to prepare to die. Xie Ying gave a cold laugh. Swinging his sword, he attacked again. Clank, clank, clank. In a blink of an eye, the two people engaged in battle for several dozen rounds. Bang! Xie Ying raised his foot and suddenly stomped onto Yi Yuan's chest, directly kicking him out far away. Master Yi? Yan Jun was long struck dumb with amazement already. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually still such a formidable martial path expert. Battling an expert like Xie Ying, he was actually just in a slightly disadvantageous position. But this move, it gave Yan Jun a fright. Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine. Crawling to his feet and patting the dust on his body, he said, "Not bad. A little interesting." Again. Xie Ying's foot landed right on Yi Yuan's chest, and he was currently pleased with himself. Seeing that Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine, his expression could not help becoming ugly. This foot, he did not hold back much. Yi Yuan was actually not injured at all. Formidable fleshy body. This defense was also ridiculously powerful. Looks like only the slaughter concept could break Yi Yuan's defense. Humph. Boy, you won't be so lucky next time. Xie Ying wielded his sword and attacked again, battling with Yi Yuan again. Xie Ying's slaughter concept spread out everywhere, violent to the extreme. In comparison, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in howling winds and torrential rain. No matter how fierce the storm was, he still held on as firmly as a rock. It was just that people with discerning eyes could tell that Yi Yuan was still at a disadvantage. Xie Ying very much wanted to use his slaughter concept to deal with Yi Yuan, but each time it was cleverly avoided by Yi Yuan. However, even though Yi Yuan avoided the vital parts, he was in a sorry plight the entire process. 1,000 exchanges down, he already suffered considerable external wounds. Even if you're a chunk of metal, you'll die from serious injuries at this rate. Xie Ying was very patient. Since Yi Yuan wanted to drag the time, then he would like to see who could afford to waste time. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. He still brandished his fists nonstop, not giving Xie Ying any chance to catch his breath at all. Master Yi, don't fight anymore. If you carry on fighting, you'll die. Yan Jun really could not carry on watching anymore and shouted at the sides. You're too naive. At this point, will City Lord Xie still let him leave alive? But to be able to force City Lord Xie to this extent, he can be sufficiently proud already, said one of Xie Ying's followers with a big laugh. Fool, this is a death match. Until one party dies, it won't cease. This brat is overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge City Lord Xie. It also serves him right if he dies. Seeing as Yi Yuan was going to be defeated, everyone sneered in contempt towards Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own strength. From the start until now, Yi Yuan had always been in a situation of taking a beating Sively. No chances of victory could be seen at all, although Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. It was very clear that the gap with Xie Ying was too great. They naturally did not discover that starting from just now, Xie Ying's expression became increasingly solemn. The force Yi Yuan wielded became greater and greater. Each punch was like a giant hammer, carrying an enormous impact force. Xie Ying actually had some signs of not being able to withstand it. Moreover, each punch of Yi Yuan's landing, Xie Ying's entire body felt like he was being burned by flames. Tremendous impact force and the power of combustion made his entire person extremely unacclimatized. All of a sudden, Xie Ying's pupils constricted. This punch of Yi Yuan's actually vanished before his eyes. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang. Xie Ying's body was smashed right onto the ground like a cannonball. Those voices mocking Yi Yuan suddenly cut off. They looked at this scene in disbelief, their brains not being able to wrap itself around it for a moment. Just now, it was clearly Xie Ying who occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he lose in the twinkling of an eye? Chapter 870. Is it her? Chapter 870. Is it her? What's going on here? Xie Ying was clearly suppressing this boy all round. How did he suddenly turn out like this? An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert actually lose to an unknown and nameless second level heaven enlightenment realm. It's too unbelievable. Xie Ying suddenly getting hit made everyone unbelievably stunned. Clearly, Xie Ying had suppressed Yi Yuan all round, and he was about to be defeated soon. How did the plot reverse suddenly? Xie Ying struggled to his feet, looking incredibly wretched. He lowered his head to take a look at himself. The light armor he was wearing previously was actually ruined by Yi Yuan with one punch and already completely lost its function, which was also to say that if Yi Yuan gave him another punch, he would face certain death. The life and death juncture. Just now, it was this light armor that saved his life. This light armor was acquired by him by spending a huge price. It was for the sake of preserving his life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan only used one punch to shatter it. Recalling the punch earlier, Xie Ying still had lingering fear in his heart. The light armor on him was a high-grade profound artifact armor. It was actually rendered invalid under Yi Yuan's punch. One could imagine just how formidable the might of Yi Yuan's punch earlier was. One must know that devastating a high-grade profound artifact armor beyond repair was a much higher level of difficulty compared to snapping a sword. Apart from the armor, there was still the martial artist's protective essence energy. Not only did Yi Yuan directly smash Xie Ying's protective essence energy, the residual force even destroyed a high-grade protective armor. This blow was too terrifying. Xie Ying looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a look of extreme fear. You were actually testing your moves on me. At this point, if Xie Ying still did not understand that Yi Yuan was only treating him as a target to practice his skill, then he would be too stupid. Yi Yuan's fist technique became stronger and stronger in the battle, increasingly proficient, resulting in unleash plussing that terrifying punch at the back. The power of that punch was absolutely able to annihilate a phaseless realm martial artist, second level heaven enlightenment realm, and he could cross a major cultivation realm to eliminate a phaseless realm martial artist. What kind of concept was this? It was true that the Earth Carnage Proclamation's martial artists were strong, but when they were at the second level heaven enlightenment, it was also not possible to have such perverse strength. The Yi Yuan in midair appeared rather ragged, but his fleshy body was extremely powerful. Xie Ying's attack did not cause very substantial injury to him. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "You're not too stupid. Thanks to you, my Void Dragon Shadow Punch is finally mastered." This move was the move merged together and formed from the Void, Fire Mark, and Dragon Wave. The reason why he chose Xie Ying to test the move was that he was strong enough. Of course, Yi Yuan similarly had the strength to kill Xie Ying by relying on the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. Xie Ying's expression was incomparably ugly, but his dread towards Yi Yuan reached the pinnacle. That punch just now, what it contained was actually the scorching, supreme, true intent. What The two of them exchanged 1,000 moves, and it was actually just that boy testing his moves. Too terrifying to actually dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test one's moves. Just how confident is this guy? What did Xiang say just now? Scorching supreme true intent. This isn't that the supreme true intent that only the spirit bristle divine king could comprehend. This boy, how did he do it? Yi Yuan and Xie Ying's conversation made the surrounding martial artists stupefied. They previously even thought that Yi Yuan could not stand up to a single blow. They did not expect that Yi Yuan completely did not attach any importance to Xie Ying. To dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test moves, Yi Yuan must have absolute confidence. Even if he did not use that newly mastered move, Yi Yuan likewise had the ability to kill Xie Ying too. However, Yi Yuan was just second-level heaven enlightenment. Looking at Xie Ying, Yi Yuan said indifferently, "At least you have some insights. Now, I can send you on your way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, planning on eradicating Xie Ying with one punch. "Hang on. If you dare to kill me, that little S is dead for sure too. Don't you want to save her? I want to see just how you save her," Xie Ying said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's relations. I+P with Yan Jun husband and wife. Xie Ying had long inquired clearly. Kidnapping Yan Ling was originally in order to extort a huge sum from Yan Jun, but he did not expect that in the end, it actually became his protective charm. This made Xie Ying incredibly pleased with himself. With Yan Ling around, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to make a move. Hearing these words, Yan Jun husband and wife's faces changed as they reproached indignantly, "Xie Ying, you are shameless." Xie Ying roared with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, shameless? The victor becomes king, and the loser a bandit. Shameless. This term is utterly not applicable in the chaotic Devil Sea. Boy, since you want the absolute kill token, then have you made the preparations to sink low? Do you want your own life or that little girl's life? Choose one yourself." Yi Yuan landed onto the ground and looked at Xie Ying pitifully as he said with a faint smile, "If I want to kill you, and, oh, body can stop me." Xie Ying was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually involuntarily retreated several steps. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't you care about that little girl's life and death anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and pointed towards the crowd as he said, "Is the little girl you're talking about her?" Tracing the direction Yi Yuan pointed at and looking over, Xie Ying's expression could not help changing drastically. His legs turned weak, and his entire person plopped down onto the ground. How is this possible? In the crowd, a youth was carrying a little girl in his arms. Who could that little girl be but Yan Ling? When Yan Jun husband and wife saw Yan Ling, they could not help rubbing their eyes as they revealed a look of disbelief. Ellinger, father, mother, Fiery carried Yan Ling and came before Yan Jun husband and wife, and he returned her to Lin Shuang. The couple's tears poured down. "Linger, it was all father and mother's fault, causing you to have suffered." The family of three cried bitterly on each other's shoulders. Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and finished off Xie Ying neat and tidily, the final protective charm being gone. Xie Ying could not even muster up the courage to resist. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. A token flew into his hand from Xie Ying's corpse. The moment he caught it, a berserk-killing chi pounced from head on. A scarlet-red kill word was written on the token. This token was the absolute kill token. With it, Yi Yuan would be able to enter the slaughter steps and start a journey filled with blood and slaughter. Dripping blood to acknowledge a master. A burst of extremely powerful killing chi entered Yi Yuan's body. salting Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had fallen into endless slaughter. He actually had an impulse to kill off all the people around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan entered Heart like Monolith Heart Realm. It instantly suppressed this bout of killing intent down. How could a mere killing intent beat Yi Yuan's heart like Monolith? At this instant, each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions was watched closely by everyone. When everyone saw that he actually dripped blood to acknowledge a master on the spot, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. In the absolute kill token contained extremely intense killing intent. A single mishap could make the martial artist turn into a killing machine. When ordinary people obtained this absolute kill token, they all would find a place without anybody to enter seclusion. Who would be so arrogant like Yi Yuan? But they clearly saw that Yi Yuan's eyes were only turbid for an instant, then it recovered clarity. This newly ascended city, Lord, was too terrifying. Chapter 871. Coercion. Chapter 871. Coercion. Yan Jun trio huddled together and cried bitterly for a while before finally recovering. He led his wife and daughter in front of Yi Yuan and prostrated on the ground. Master, you saved my family. Yan Jun has nothing to repay you with, so I'll give these meager family wealth to Master. Hope that Master don't scorn it. Yan Jun offered up a storage ring with cupped hands, stirring the audience into a commotion. No need to think. Inside this storage ring definitely had quite a number of earth essence crystals. This made each and every one of them extremely envious. It was just that no matter how great their gall was, body dared to provoke this new city lord either, who knew that Yi Yuan actually pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "No need to be courteous. Owner Yen, in the future, leave this troublesome place and bring your wife and child to live your lives well." Yan Jun showed a look of dilemma. Suddenly, he pushed Yen Ling in front of Yi Yuan and said, "This Yen knows that this action is very presumptuous, but I don't want Linger to live like good-for-nothings like us in the future. Master Yi, I beg you to take Linger in as a disciple. We, husband and wife, will be endlessly grateful." Regarding Yan Jun's actions, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He could feel Yan Jun's fond love toward his daughter. He did not think that they would actually be willing to part by giving Linger to him to be an apprentice. Yi Yuan said, "This matter isn't up to us. It still has to depend on Linger's wishes herself. Linger, do you want to learn alchemy skills from Big Brother Yi Yuan?" Linger nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "Of course I want." Linger wants to become the greatest alchemist, but Linger can't bear to part with father and mother. Linger was very clever. She knew that by acknowledging Yi Yuan as her master, she would likely have to part with her own father and mother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's easy to handle. I'll write a letter for you all. You go to the White Valiant Region's Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Say that you were arranged to come by me. They will naturally take you guys in." Yan Jun was overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly gave thanks to Yi Yuan. Settling Yan Jun's family down, Yi Yuan suddenly said coolly to the crowd, "Tensi, do you want to keep on watching like this?" The moment these words came out, Yan Jun, Lu Yuxing, and the rest were all startled. They did not think that Tensi was actually hiding in the crowd. Indeed, a scarface flashed out from within the crowd. It was precisely Tensi. That expert lying undercover in the trade caravans was indeed you. Tensi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gloomy face. The moment these words were uttered, Lu Yuxing's face changed. If he still did not know that it was Yi Yuan who secretly made a move until now, then he would be too stupid. But the problem was, how did Yi Yuan make a move? One had to know that the one controlling the spirit profound unity formation was him. When did Yi Yuan take action? He actually did not find out at all. Hearing that, Yi Yuan just smiled. The current Tansi was very wary of Yi Yuan and said again, "I'm only here to observe the battle and don't have any ill intent." But Tansi's appearance caused a commotion. He's Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 458. Tansi, my G. Oh, D, why would Tansi appear in Cloud Transient City? Heard that it was this Tansi's first time entering the Earth Carnage Proclamation, charging straight to the 458th place. He's a legendary-like existence. But he actually submitted to City Lord Yi. Tansi's ranking was even several positions higher than Xie Ying's, indicating that his strength was even stronger than Xie Ying's. But this kind of existence actually submitted to Yi Yuan. This made everyone's jaws dropped. Yi Yuan looked at Tansi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Don't you feel that this sort of explanation is very feeble? If I didn't call you out, would you tail behind Owner Yen and leave Cloud Transient City and then kill them halfway?" Jun's expression could not help changing when he heard that. This Tan-Si actually still refused to give up. If not for Yi Yuan pointing Tan-Si's whereabouts, there really was a possibility that he might lay his hands on him. Tan-Si's expression changed, and he shook his head and said, "I have no such intentions." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Good that you don't have such intentions. Just nice. I'm going to the slaughter steps, and I'm lacking a person to accompany me. I'll have to trouble you to take a trip with me." This time, Tansi really lost composure. He said in astonishment, You want to go to the slaughter steps? I'm not going." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether you go or not isn't up to you." Tansi's expression was livid with rage as he said, "Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" Yi Yuan said very coolly, "The so-called Earth Carnage Proclamation experts are nothing in my eyes. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also the same." Arrogant, wildly arrogant, in the chaotic Devil Sea, to dare look down on Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, Yi Yuan was still the first one. To heaven enlightenment, realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But Yi Yuan said that they were nothing. I absolutely won't kill them. Is this still not enough? Tansi shrunk back once more. He actually did not have the courage to have a battle with Yi Yuan. Tansi's performance subverted everyone's understanding of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts. To heaven, enlightenment, realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But facing Yi Yuan, Tansi, this Earth Carnage Proclamation who was ranked 458, actually did not even dare to make a move. "You only have two options. Go together with me or be killed by me." Yi Yuan did not care about Tansi's words the least bit and said indifferently, "This was a stark naked threat, or should one say an undisguised kidnapping. To dare talk this way to an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, Yi Yuan was probably a special one." Tan-Si's hand holding the saber was trembling. He desperately wanted to draw his saber, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's punch earlier, he could not muster up the courage no matter what. Xiang did not see clearly that punch of Yi Yuan's. He likewise did not see clearly. Tansi could sense that under that punch, he absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. He truly did not think that a second-level heaven enlightenment martial artist would actually have such formidable strength. I'll go." Tansi struggled for a long time and finally still yielded. The gazes all of the martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan were filled with awe and veneration. This man actually coerced an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to enter the slaughter steps. Too subverting. Yi Yuan slowly came before Lu Yuxing and said to him, "Escort Yen Jun's family safe and sound to Luo Ding City. If accidents occur, your Green Sea mercenary group don't have any need to exist anymore." Although Lu Yuxing's strength was not bad, his personality was too spineless. Previously, when Xie Ying was taunting if he stepped forward, Yi Yuan would still think a little better of him. But now, he did not have the need to be courteous anymore. Arranging everything, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si to the transmission array leading to the slaughter steps. This array formation could only be activated using the absolute kill token. A light flashed, and the two people vanished from sight. When they appeared again, they already arrived at a wasteland. Far away was a magnificent great city. Even separated by several thousand miles, Yi Yuan could still see it clearly. That great city was the legendary Azura City. If my conjectures are right, you should have come out from Azura City, right? Yi Yuan asked Tan Si. It's clearly your first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. Why do you know this place like the palm of your hands? Tan Si gave an answer that evaded the question. Yi Yuan did not have any hint of killing aura on him. Out of tune and different than chaotic Devil Sea martial artists. One look, and it was clear that it was his first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. But what made Tan Si surprised was that Yi Yuan did not seem to be unfamiliar with this place at all. Chapter 872, Azura Arena. Chapter 872. Azura Arena. Yi Yuan took a look at Tan Si's glabella and discovered that 5 blood-red stars appeared between his eyebrows. 5-star Soul General. Not bad. Yi Yuan still gave an irrelevant answer. This was indeed Yi Yuan's first time coming to the slaughter steps, but he was formerly an apex existence in the divine realm. He was very clear about the rules here. It was just that these things Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Tan Si. Tan Si suddenly discovered that he was actually somewhat at a loss on what to do when he was in front of Yi Yuan. Tan Si had always been an incomparably vicious and fierce person. He spent these few years in the midst of life and death battles before he had his present strength. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always think of ways to kill the opponent. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually gave rise to an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. All of a sudden, Tan Si's expression changed. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was as if he had seen a ghost. You just entered the slaughter steps, and you're actually already a 3-star Soul General. On Yi Yuan's glabella, 3 stars gradually condensed out in an equilateral triangular arrangement. It was precisely the hallmark of a 3-star Soul General Tan Si was talking about. For martial artists who entered the slaughter steps, the absolute kill token would condense the slaughter concept within their bodies on their glabella, manifesting the concept distinctly. According to the degree of comprehension of the concept, they were divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star Soul General was already not far from supreme true intent. Previously, Tan Si did not feel a shred of slaughter intent on Yi Yuan's body. But after entering the slaughter steps, Yi Yuan actually reached the level of 3-star Soul General all at once. How could this not shock him? One had to know that when Tan Si entered the slaughter steps for the first time, he had already killed D knows how many people. But it was merely only the level of 1 star. This completely harmless young man in front of him actually already walked so far along the path of slaughter. How was this possible? Little did he imagine, when Yi Yuan was in the lower realms, the martial artist he had personally sacred before was an astronomical figure. Talking in terms of killing people, Tan Si was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan's mind was firm. Slaughter, true, intense violence was completely unable to have an influence on his heart. That was all. On the path of slaughter, Yi Yuan had already comprehended the true intent long ago unknowingly. It was just that presently, the help that particular true intent had on Yi Yuan was already very little. Just 3 stars. Is there a need to make such a fuss? This slaughter steps, 3-star soul generals can be easily found, Yi Yuan said unconcernedly. Tansy was speechless, and only asked after a while, "You didn't come to this slaughter steps for the sake of going to Azura City, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "What did I come to the slaughter steps for if I'm not going to Azura City? You're at any rate an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. You're actually afraid of going into Azura City." Tansy's expression fell slightly, and he said, "It's no use even if you taunt me. I won't enter Azura City with you. Once you enter Azura City, you must start the slaughter mode. Either you kill people or be killed. The personnel changes on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation is tremendous because the Azura City is too cruel. I'm not those fools who crack themselves up to be geniuses. I won't go and seek my doom." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Doesn't matter. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now." Yi Yuan said it with incomparable ease, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Tansy said with a somber face, "I've already exercised forbearance in every way towards you. Don't push people too far." Boom! A powerful wind howled past Tansy's ears. SMAs. Plussing out a large crater behind him. Tansy's pupils constricted, his entire person frozen there. He was actually unable to move. He desperately wanted to make himself move, but his body would not listen. That punch earlier came very suddenly, but he knew that even if he had made ample preparations, it was impossible to block this punch too. Yi Yuan slowly withdrew his own fist and said with a sigh, "Accidentally hit crooked. Why don't I punch again?" Plop! Tansy suddenly knelt down, his 4 limbs supporting his body on the ground, panting heavily for air. I'll go," Tansy said, panting for air. "Oh, then let's go." Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and walked towards that enormous city. Only when he arrived in front of this enormous city did Yi Yuan feel the magnificence of this city. Around 30,000 years ago, Azura City rose from ground up. Ever since then, the chaotic Devil Sea was born. Starting from then, who knows how many genius martial artists collapsed in this city for the sake of taking a shot at that 9-star soul general. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. The chaotic Devil Sea was a place without rules, especially Azura City. The allure of 9-star soul general to martial artists was lethal. Cultivating to the level of 9-star soul, general signified the martial artist's slaughter supreme true intent would also reach the great circle of perfection. With a great circle of perfection supreme true intent, cultivating to the divine king realm could be easily accomplished. Moreover, the combat strength of the slaughter concept was on par with the scorching concept. As long as one could cultivate to 9-star soul general, it would mean that one could step into the ranks of the divine realm's pinnacle divine kings with one fell swoop. This sort of temptation was too great. Therefore, martial artists who came to Azura City were not just those martial artists being hunted down by various major forces. There were even more who were genius martial artists that came from all over the divine realm. Because cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general had a shortcut. That was to kill the opponent inside the Azura City's Azura Arena. One could absorb a part of the other party's slaughter concept and convert into their own concept. This sort of conversion would become increasingly more along with the increase in numbers and quality of the opponents the martial artist killed. As long as one ACCU mulat to the level of 9-star soul general, the martial artist would comprehend the supreme true intent to the great circle of perfection naturally. This was the miraculous aspect of the absolute kill token. Of course, it was way too difficult to kill opponents at a corresponding level. The vast majority of martial artists would all be buried in the sand with broken halberds in the end, dying in the Azura arena. Tan Si knew that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the Azura arena, so he refused to come to Azura City, no matter what. It was just that now, he had no choice at all. Not coming to Azura City, he would be killed by Yi Yuan at that time. Following Yi Yuan into the city, Tan Si's face was grim as H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Relax a bit. Maybe when you achieve 9-star Soul General in the future, you'll even have to thank me." Humph. For 30,000 years, there are countless geniuses who came to the Azura arena. But how many people were able to cultivate to 9-star Soul General? Yi Yuan, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tan Si said in a fierce voice. Yi Yuan said without a care in the world, "You couldn't even beat me as a human. Could it be that you can still overturn the skies as a ghost? Calm down. With that kind of mentality, you might die in the first round. You killed so many people. Could it be that you still don't have any awareness of getting killed? Without this sort of awareness, your accomplishments in this lifetime would just be like this too." Tan Si was alarmed inwardly. Yi Yuan's words seemed to have the intention of giving pointers inside. Honestly speaking, the more people killed, the more afraid of death, actually. Tan Si was also a rare talent in practicing martial arts. He had not entered Azura City before, but he forcefully cultivated to the level of 5-star Soul General in the Slaughter Steps. But the strength of Slaughter Steps martial artists were limited. His accomplishments could only advance to this sort of extent too, because he did not dare to enter the Azura arena. So he returned to the chaotic Devil Sea. Straighten it out. If you thought it through, then enter the city. Chapter 873. Overpowering with Strength. Chapter 873. Overpowering with strength after 30,000 years of development, Azura City was extremely prosperous. Streams of people bustled about on the streets, crowded with horses and carriages, seemingly not much different from cities outside. But in the distance, there were currently several people chasing and SLAs. Plussing at each other. That was clearly not some game. This place was the chaotic Devil Sea. Killing could be seen everywhere, but killing on the streets did not have much help to one's own slaughter concept. Want to obtain the other party's slaughter concept, one must enter the Azura arena. Yi Yuan did not wish to cause trouble and headed straight to the center of the city. That was where the Azura arena was at. Walking to the central area, there was only a structure there. It was an Azura arena with a majestic and imposing manner. Entering this region, Yi Yuan felt his own glabella heating up and was seized with a sudden impulse to want to kill people. Indeed, well deserving of being a land of killing. The air is pervaded with the scent of slaughter. Yi Yuan praised. Paying the entrance fee, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si into the Azura arena. The moment he entered the Azura arena, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was being surveyed by some kind of existence. He knew that this was the absolute kill token. He refined playing tricks. Entering the Azura arena, the absolute kill token will automatically activate slaughter mode. The fighting arena will arrange fights for you every day. The first level fighting arena you can only avoid at most 3 times. If you still don't accept the challenge the 4th time, you'll be directly blotted out. Tan Si warned him. Under such rules, body dared to have any hint of slacking off. Each person was desperately improving themselves, then exerting the utmost effort to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "With your strength, you would be able to make it through the first level, right?" Tan Si gave a cold snort, but did not say much. Go to the fighting arena, first to take a look. Yi Yuan walked over towards the fighting arena in an ostentatious manner. Tan C followed behind like a bullied little wifey. Kill, kill, kill. W. A. N. Jidong, kill that rookie. The moment they entered the fighting arena, the martial artists inside were all roaring like they were injected with stimulants, shouting at a martial artist on the stage to kill his opponent. The strength of that martial artist called W. A. N. Jidong was very formidable. His opponent was not on the same level as him at all. He was just toying with the opponent. Bang! W. A. N. Jidong raised his hand and punched, directly blasting his opponent into dregs. Seeing this B-L-O-O-D-Y scene, the audience below the stage were incomparably excited, shouting W. A. N. Jidong's name loudly. W. A. N. Jidong. W. A. N. Jidong. W. A. N. Jidong, I love you to death. Come to my room tonight. W. A. N. Jidong himself was also incomparably pleased with himself, waving his hand in the direction below the stage nonstop to send his greetings. This place was a paradise for the strong. As long as you had strength, you could obtain everything you want. Essence crystals, women, all that you desire. Yo, a fresh rookie? Only second level heaven enlightenment strength. TSK, TSK. Wonder how many days he can last. Haha, I bet that he'll be finished off in the first fight 4 days later. What do you think? That will have to depend on luck. If he also runs into a rookie, he might be able to live for a few days more. Yi Yuan, this new face, drew other people's attention very quickly. But clearly, Body was optimistic about him. There were newcomers here every day, but those truly able to keep a foothold were less than 10%. The vast majority of the people could not survive past the first 3 showdowns, which was also around a month's time. A second-level heaven enlightenment like Yi Yuan virtually did not have the possibility of surviving past the first match. Too weak. Is there still anyone stronger coming up to let the exalted me enjoy myself to my heart's content? W. A. N. Jidong did not leave the fighting arena immediately but started taunting others to come up the stage. But regarding him provoking so haughtily, there was actually no one who dared to respond. Clearly, his strength was part of the very formidable existences in the first level. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that W. A. N. Jidong was similarly a 3-star soul general, and on his forehead, the 4th star was faintly discernible. Clearly, he was already not far from 4-star condensation. 3 stars to 4 stars was a threshold. When the 4th star appeared on the forehead, the martial artist would be able to comprehend the first stage, slaughter, supreme true intent, which was also to say that W. A. N. Jidong's concept comprehensions were going to break through to supreme true intent level very soon. Suddenly, Yi Yuan floated up and landed in the fighting arena. When W. A. N. Jidong saw a young man fly in, he could not help having an astonished look. He burst into laughter soon after and said, "Boy, it's your first day here, right? Overconfident fool. With just this bit of strength, you actually dare to provoke this honorable self?" The audience below the stage guffawed with laughter too. "Brat, hurry up and concede." W. A. N. Jidong is in a good mood. Maybe he will spare you from death. That brat W. A. N. Jidong is a strong compet. 1. Tor ranked 10th in the first level. If you go up like this, you'll die very horrible. Sigh, there are so many idiots nowadays coming to the Azura arena. They don't find out about the situation a little either, before going up to seek death impetuously. Really, enough is enough. There was no big deal in taking the initiative to admit defeat in the fighting arena. It was just that the loser's slaughter concept would have a portion extracted and enter inside the other party's absolute kill token. Of course, The prerequisite was that you had the ability to take the initiative to admit defeat. Some people did not even have time to say admit defeat. These two words on the fighting arena before they were one shot. And Jidong was already late-stage heaven enlightenment realm. His realm was similar to Tan Si's. In other people's view, killing a second-level heaven enlightenment realm was too effortless. Yi Yuan extended a finger and said indifferently, "With one move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." And Jidong's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Arrogant punk. You'll be the same as that person just now, being blown apart by me. Arg. And Jidong gave a howl, both fists akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea, charging straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just stood where he was and did not move a muscle, quietly awaiting and Jidong's arrival. Just as and Jidong's fist arrived in front of Yi Yuan suddenly threw a punch out. Two fists collided. A tremendous impact force bombarded and Jidong akin to mountains toppling and the earth splitting. Bang. And Jidong's body exploded like a watermelon, his death state virtually identical with that martial artist he killed previously. And no way, right? Pulverizing and Jidong with one punch. How can this brat be so strong? The originally excited audience were currently all set out like wooden chickens. The contrast between reality and their imaginations was too great, resulting in them not reacting to it for a moment. An expert ranked 10th on the first level was actually finished off by someone with one punch. Yi Yuan extended a hand to grab, and and Jidong's storage ring landed in his hand, while and Jidong's absolute kill token floated in the air silently. A wisp of red smoke slowly spilled out from it and flowed into Yi Yuan's body. This is the slaughter concept. To actually be able to materialize a concept, this chaotic devil sea is really a magical place, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Possessing the absolute kill token, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the slaughter concept was currently rising. With a whoosh, and Jidong's absolute kill token flew into the air and finally vanished from sight. Anyone else still coming up? If there's body, I'll come again tomorrow, Yi Yuan said coolly. It was silent beneath the stage. That punch earlier was too shocking, resulting in no one daring to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a big and tall man leapt up the ring and said icily, "Brat who is still wet behind the ears. What are you being KY about? Watch your lord, who take care of you." Chapter 874, Sweeping Away. Chapter 874, Sweeping Away. Lord who actually made a move. Lord who is a genuine 4-star soul general. He's a strong contender ranked 3rd. On the first level, Lord who has already won over 100 matches in a row. There has never been a survivor under his hands. Winning 20 matches in a row can already go up to the 2nd level, but he insists on remaining at the 1st level. Clearly, he wants to consolidate his strength some more. This boy is dead for sure, to actually provoke Lord who. Newcomers should be a little more low profile. Isn't being so wild courting death. The stalwart man appearing on the stage roused everyone's spirits. Yi Yuan's blow earlier frightened everyone. But regarding Yi Yuan, this new face, everyone all instinctively did not acknowledge. At the 1st level, and Jidong's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being finished off by Yi Yuan with one punch, everyone still felt that and Jidong underestimated the enemy in their hearts. This time came a lord whose strength was more than a level stronger. They naturally did not think that Yi Yuan would win. lord who held a pair of battle axes, looking incomparably fearsome. In truth, those able to force him to use a weapon were not many. If not for Yi Yuan's punch earlier being too shocking, he would not possibly use his weapon the moment he went up. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Come on." Lord whose face fell. Displeased, he said, "Brat, looking down on your lord who, is it? Today, your lord who will let you know, in this Azura arena, be a little more low profile." Done talking, Lord whose 2 feet exerted strength. That tall and strong body soared into the air. The speed was actually inconceivably fast. His axes swept up a fierce wind and cleaved down towards where Yi Yuan was standing at. An earth-shattering axe. This axe he did not hold back in the slightest, urging essence energy to the limits. He figured that even if Yi Yuan's speed was any quicker, it was not possible to fully dodge this axe either. The only way was to contend head-on with him. Boom. A sieve blast of wind spread out, blowing until everyone could not open their eyes. Why, you have got to be kidding, right? He used his hand to receive this chop head-on. One person rubbed his eyes, clearly not believing this scene he saw in front of him. Lord whose eyes stared like wide circles, feeling that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. He did not underestimate Yi Yuan. This chop was virtually flooded with all of his essence energy, plus the augmentation of the 4-star slaughter concept. It could be said to be an overwhelming force. An axe like this, how could a person possibly use one hand to forcefully receive it? That was right. Yi Yuan just used one hand and caught his axe. Yi Yuan stood where he was and did not even budge an inch. This kind of showdown simply made people find it too difficult to believe. One had to know that Lord who was in existence at the top of the 1st level, but he could not even break through one of Yi Yuan's hands. This gap was too great. How could they know that Yi Yuan, who had fused with the primeval dragon bone, the strength of his arms already infinitely approached the level of a holy artifact? These few days, Yi Yuan was still refining the primeval dragon bone bit by bit. The toughness degree of his arms had been rising nonstop, adding in the augmentation of the scorching supreme true intent. It was nothing hard for him to receive this axe blow one-handedly. Seeing this scene, the expression of Tan Si, who kept silent below the stage, all along also changed slightly. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to estimate it. But the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body was simply too outrageous. Bare-handedly catching this violent chop and not budging an inch, this Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped, lethal weapon. With a whoosh, Lord whose figure retreated explosively, directly retreating to the peripherals of the fighting arena. He looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly, apprehensive of him to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "What? Still want to go?" Seeing as Yi Yuan did not have the intention of pursuing vigorously and pummeling fiercely, no idea why, Lord who actually secretly let out a sigh in relief. He had already stayed at this 1st level for very long. This was still his first time encountering such a terrifying opponent. I admit defeat. Lord who did not have any unwillingness to resign himself to it, this sort of emotion. Instead, he had a feeling as if he was freed from a heavy load. This newcomer was seriously too scary. Following Lord whose seating, his slaughter concept also slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan. With this, the 4th star on his glabella actually became somewhat dim. While Yi Yuan's glabella area, the 4th star, was partially visible. It was actually on the verge of condensing into supreme true intent already. Where did this newcomer pop out from? Why have I never heard of him before in the past? I saw earlier. He seemed to have just entered the Azura arena. His strength is totally not suitable to stay on in the 1st level. This kind of strength is simply making a clean sweep at the 1st level. The audience whispered in low voices, all having a clear understanding regarding Yi Yuan's terror. This newcomer's age was unclear, his cultivation realm unclear, but his combat power was terrifyingly daunting. They found it very hard to imagine why such a small body contained such tremendous energy. Is there still anyone coming up? Yi Yuan asked with an innocent face. Right then, a middle-aged man in gray robes came to the fighting arena and said in a clear voice, "Within an hour, if no one challenges Yi Yuan, he'll directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the second level." Time slowly trickled by. An hour's time said very quickly, but no one dared to come up to challenge Yi Yuan. That gray-robed middle-aged man said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. Wipe out. You'll directly obtain the opportunity to advance to the second level, as well as 20 slaughter points." Yi Yuan said, "Just 20 slaughter points? Isn't that a bit too little?" Yi Yuan knew that this Azura arena had some major rules, but the very specific matters he was not clear. Slaughter point was one of them. In Yi Yuan's view, what was 20 slaughter points enough to do? The gray-robed middle-aged man explained with a smile, "Brother, you mustn't look down on these 20 slaughter points. It can buy many things. Those able to obtain slaughter points at the first level can be counted on one's fingers. You'll know when you go to the Azura shop to take a look. Additionally, these slaughter points are even able to exchange for cultivation sites, as well as purchase some things that essence crystals cannot buy." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Like this? Huh? I understand. I wonder if I can delay a few days to enter the second level?" The gray-robed middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's of course. You can even choose to not enter the second level. Moreover, unless somebody challenges you, otherwise you cannot be arranged a match. This is all your freedom." Yi Yuan did not think that there was actually still such a good treatment. He nodded his head right away and said, "I naturally have to enter the second level. This first level is too boring. Presumably, the second level has as many experts as clouds. I'd better increase my strength a bit first." The gray-robed middle-aged man could not help being speechless when he heard that. That lord who was completely unable to test Yi Yuan's strength. Presumably, when he reached the second level, he was likely able to rank in the front too. This fellow actually still said that he wanted to increase his strength. But speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed a little low. Exiting the fighting area, Yi Yuan came to Tan Si's side and said to him, "Your turn. With your strength, getting a wipeout should be any problem, right?" Tan Si gave Yi Yuan a glance and entered the fighting arena with a leap. Chapter 875. Loophole. Chapter 875. Loophole. One should not look at how Tan Si was beaten by Yi Yuan until he could not even raise his head. His strength still stood head and shoulders above the others at the first level. He took on 8 opponents in a row on the stage. Finally, no one dared to go and challenge him anymore. Tan Si's attacks were still incomparably vicious. Toward opponents who were slightly weaker, he would always directly blot out. Except, just talking in terms of the spectacle, Tan Si was far from as shocking as Yi Yuan. But 2 experts emerging consecutively within one day still caused quite a bit of a stir. It was just that these did not have anything to do with Yi Yuan. Leaving the fighting arena, Yi Yuan started strolling idly in this Azura arena. The Azura arena was very large. The fighting arena was only a small part of it. Regarding that Azura shop that gray-robed middle-aged man talked about, Yi Yuan was rather interested. Inquiring about it, Yi Yuan and Tan Si actually directly entered the Azura shop through a transmission array. "Welcome, guests. May I ask if you need anything?" A beautiful female came up to welcome and asked politely. We're just casually looking around." This woman's ATT, Tude had nothing to nitpick about, but a look of disdain was concealed in her eyes. In a place like the Azura Arena, SN. Oh, Barry was inevitable. Yi Yuan and Tan Si were clearly newcomers at one glance, and the likelihood of newcomers obtaining slaughter points was very low. Newcomers, like Yi Yuan, they all would generally come and look around after hearing about the Azura shop's reputation. After these people came here and walked one round, they would be endlessly covetous towards the things in the store. But without slaughter points, they could only stare greedily, forget about the first level's newcomers. Even to the second level, third level's powerhouses, slaughter points was also an extremely scarce resource. In this female's eyes, Yi Yuan and Tan Si clearly belong to this type of newcomers. This way, please. Our Azura shop is divided into Essence Crystal area and Points area. The Essence Crystal areas, things only need Essence Crystals to purchase. Of course, points can as well. But the things in the Points area can only be purchased with slaughter points. The beautiful lady introduced to them. Oh, in that case, the Points area's things should all be good stuff. Yi Yuan indeed became interested upon hearing. The female smiled slightly and said, "That's hard for this lowly one to say. This lord will know once you see it." Truly a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Slaughter points were extremely hard to come by things, let alone that you're a newcomer. Many martial artists who have toiled for many years in the Azura Arena might not even have it. Although the woman was smiling, the way she smiled, it was very fake. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what this woman was thinking, but he was unconcerned. There was no need to stoop the level of a minor character like this. Under the woman's lead, Yi Yuan and Tan Si came to the Points area. Casually sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat astonished too. The Points area really had quite a number of good stuff. Earth Net Essence Element, Sky Grand Flower, Night End Spirit Word. These spirit medicines were virtually very hard to come upon in the outside world, but the Points area displayed them all. But once Yi Yuan saw the price of the spirit medicines, he could not help going into a daze as well. These extremely rare spirit medicines, the prices basically only varied from 3 to 10 slaughter points. Regarding the value of slaughter points, Yi Yuan also had a clear understanding. 20 slaughter points were indeed not considered little already. These spirit medicines, when placed in the outside world, would all start from 500 million Earth Essence crystals. And this was still with demand, but no supply. Calculating like this, 20 slaughter points was worth at least several billion Earth Essence crystals. Moreover, these spirit medicines were utterly not what Earth Essence crystals could buy. Only slaughter points could buy it. The Points area still had some completed products. The prices were even more ridiculously expensive. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance of judging each and every one of them, the woman was even more disdainful in her heart. Just looking and not buying, putting on an act for what? Yi Yuan browsed over each and every one. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and he took up a piece of dark gold-colored ore. I really didn't expect that there is actually gray flame Earth Sun gold inside this Azura shop. Yi Yuan said rather delightedly. This gray flame Earth Sun gold was an extremely rare ore. It was a material that could be used to forge holy artifacts. But to Yi Yuan, the gray flame Earth Sun gold had one significant function. That was that it could let the origin magnetism spirit would evolve. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly nurtured the origin magnetism spirit would diligently, but its rate of progress was still a little too slow. At present, it had only just broken through to Tier 6. This kind of evolving speed was truly a bit too slow to Yi Yuan. This chunk of gray flame Earth Sun gold was not small, sufficient for the origin magnetism spirit would to evolve to Tier 7, making the origin magnetism spirit would evolve to Tier 7. It could become a major assistance to Yi Yuan again. Ho! A gust of wind howled past. A hand reached out from behind Yi Yuan and grabbed at the gray flame, Earth Sun Gold, in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, his feet moving, directly disappearing from where he was at. That person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique would actually be so swift. He actually grabbed nothing, all of a sudden, his body involuntarily stumbling. This person was wearing black, tight-fitting clothes, his expression abnormally cold and stern. One look, and it was clear that he was not some nice person. When the woman saw this man, she hurriedly gave a bow and said, "I've seen Lord Tu Gang." "Boy, you actually dare to dodge." Tu Gang pointed at Yi Yuan and said solemnly. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "What a joke. You didn't even say H-E-L, low before wanting to S. And T-C-H my stuff. I'm not even allowed to dodge." "Humph. You're a newcomer, right? Don't even have slaughter points. What did you come here pretending to be some big shot for? Give the gray flame Earth Sun Gold to me, then give 2 loud kowtows for your Lord Tu, and that matter just now will be considered settled. Otherwise," Tu Gang looked at Yi Yuan with malicious intentions and said. Yi Yuan looked at Tu Gang amusedly and said with a faint smile, "Otherwise what?" Although according to the Azura Arena's rules, second-level martial artists are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, there's no problem at all in making you, this punk, lie down for a period of time. Tu Gang said. Hearing the meaning in Tu Gang's words, he was a martial artist of the second level. The first level and second level martial artists belonged to 2 different levels. Battles and living were all not together. Logically speaking, they would not have any interactions normally, but this Azura shop was an exception. The first 3 levels martial artists were basically all heaven enlightenment realm. The goods they required were naturally more or less the same as well. Therefore, the first 3 levels martial artists shared an Azura shop. This was also why Yi Yuan could only reach this place through a transmission array. That woman could not refrain herself when she saw Tu Gang and Yi Yuan getting into a conflict. She warned Yi Yuan, "Little brother, Lord Tu Gang is a well-renowned big shot in the second level. He's an expert ranked 405 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Why haven't you hurry up and apologize to him?" The way the woman saw it, she was warning out of goodwill here, already. A newcomer offending a powerhouse of the second level was not some wise thing. But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and asked, "Turns out that the Azura Arena still had such a rule? I wonder if the first level's martial artists can kill the second level's martial artists or not." The moment these words were uttered, the woman and Tu Gang both froze. But the Tan-Si, who did not speak the entire time, opened his mouth. "The Azura Arena doesn't have this rule. This should be a loophole." Yi Yuan smiled very happy, and suddenly threw out a punch, explosively. Chapter 876, Exalt. Chapter 876, Exalt. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, Tu Gang did not get mad. He was delighted instead, and said with a big laugh, "Came right on time." This punch of Yi Yuan's was not fast, looking not much different from ordinary second-level heaven enlightenment realms. Therefore, the way Tu Gang saw it, Yi Yuan was purely asking for a beating here. Tan-Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "Another dunce seeking death." When that attendant girl heard Tan-Si's sigh, her eyes were filled with confusion. She thought that Tan-Si would make a move and help. After all, Tan-Si's strength looked to be much stronger. But Tan-Si did not have the intention of taking action at all, and instead, he mocked Tu Gang. These 2 people wouldn't be fools, right? thought the attendant girl in her heart. Tu Gang also suddenly brandished his fist, his speed incomparably abnormal. It actually reached first despite launching after Yi Yuan. A faint, mocking smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It was as if already seeing the appearance of Yi Yuan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But right at the moment the two fists intersected, Yi Yuan's fist suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Tu Gang was originally standing. This punch of Yi Yuan's, H.I.T. right on his temple, directly inverting his body, SMAs, H.I. plussing a hole into the floorboards. The Azura shop had some customers in the first place. Seeing that conflict happened over here, they were naturally happy to watch it for fun. Of course, they were laughing at Yi Yuan. A newcomer dared to provoke a second level's Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. This was simply utterly foolish. But when they saw this scene before their eyes, each and every one of them was baffled. This newcomer was too violent. Rank 405, is it? Indeed have some skill to actually still be able to preserve an intact corpse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help being speechless. Tu Gang was evidently completely dead, already, beating a strong opponent around Earth Carnage Proclamation, rank 400 to death in one punch. And he was actually still not satisfied with this battle result. Those who lived in the Azura arena were long used to seeing life and death. Killing people, this kind of thing. They were long numb to it. But an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert being beaten to death by someone in one punch, this kind of spectacle was still overly shocking. Now, can I buy this piece of gray flame, Earth Sun Gold? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at Tu Gang, and immediately asked that female attendant, You really have slaughter points? The female attendant finally knew that this youth in front of her was not as simple as he looked on the surface. In truth, this Azura arena was a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who would really be simple? Those powerhouses ranked to the front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation were all very low profile, but their strength was unfathomable. These people completely could not be measured using the standards of ordinary martial artists. The female attendant originally would not make mistakes at this sort of thing. It was just that Yi Yuan was too young. Moreover, he was a newcomer, resulting in her overlooking many things. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out the absolute kill token. That 20 slaughter points already arrived inside his absolute kill token after he advanced. When the female attendant examined Yi Yuan's absolute kill token, she could not help having a look of astoundment. 2 to 20 slaughter points. Milord got a wipeout at the first level? Yi Yuan said curiously, Why? Is it very hard to believe? And no, I'll exchange the gray flame Earth Sun Gold for your excellency right away. The female attendant hurriedly said, You have got to be kidding. Even the second level's Tu Gang was one-shot. What was strange about getting a wipeout at the first level? It was just that this Azura arena's first 3 levels were all Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Those able to survive in the first level were all absolutely not mediocre, wanting to kill until other people did not dare to take the field. This was a very difficult thing, let alone that Yi Yuan was only second level Heaven Enlightenment realm. Very soon, the female attendant deducted 15 points from Yi Yuan and returned the absolute kill token to Yi Yuan. Being experienced, the female attendant had seen many grand spectacles before. At this time, she already recovered back to normal and ordered people to get rid of Tu Gang's corpse. Coming in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a broad smile, Milord is a young hero to actually be able to kill Tu Gang with one punch. However, Tu Gang isn't alone in the second level. He and the second level's rank 7, Lu Liqing, has a very good relations. H.I. plus P Milord still need to be a little more careful after you enter the second level. Yi Yuan received the absolute kill token and gray flame Earth Sun Gold, and said with a smile, just some dancing clowns. No need to take notice. The female attendant just smiled when she heard that and did not say anything else. On top of the Azura shop's corner tower, a middle-aged man in brocade watched Yi Yuan's departing back view and said to the woman beside him, "Exalt sup 1/sup. This boy's strength is unfathomable. The next issue of Earth Carnage Proclamation, maybe he can charge into the top 10. What makes people even more astonished is that his fleshy body is actually even more formidable than his essence energy cultivation realm. Letting him grow up for some time, he might be able to be of some help to our plan." The exalt the man was talking to was precisely that female attendant who served Yi Yuan. The man's attitude was very respectful toward her. This summing female attendant actually had an extraordinary status. The exalt's temperament currently was like two different people from before. Her face had an indescribable frostiness. The Azura Arena's rule is that people of the second level are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, but it didn't stipulate that first-level martial artists can't kill those at the second level. This loophole was probably a loophole deliberately left behind by the sovereign. But those able to make use of this loophole are a scanty few. This young man is indeed not simple. The exalt said. The man in brocade nodded and said, "It wasn't that first-level martial artists killing second-level martial artists didn't happen before. But there absolutely would not be people so neat and tidy like him. Furthermore, his opponent is even a character close to rank 400 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation." The exalt said, "It's still this boy's first day entering the Azura Arena, and he actually has such strength already. There's a possibility that he's a genius junior groomed by some super holy land. We need to investigate his origins clearly first before making a decision. This matter will be handed to you." The man in brocade bowed and said, "Yes." Leaving the Azura Arena, Yi Yuan rented a residence in the Azura Arena and started to help the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold. This Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold contained extremely strong powers of gold element, sup 2/sup. Using it to refine into a holy artifact could make the martial artist's attack even stronger. But Yi Yuan had the Star Moon Sword on hand and was not overly concerned regarding the need for holy artifacts. Rather, the Origin Magnetism Spirit would, using it well, would absolutely be a form of enormous assistance. Therefore, he let the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold without the slightest hesitation. Just as Yi Yuan was refining the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold, an uproar already utterly broke out at second level. The news of Two Gang being finished off by a newcomer spread like wildfire at the second level. This sort of thing truly made all the martial artists' jaws drop. Quite a few people were gasping in admiration at this newcomer's powerful strength. But the vast majority of the people still mocked Two Gang's incompetence. To be able to survive in a cruel environment like the Azura Arena, every person had tremendous self-confidence. Being killed could only show that Two Gang's strength was lacking. Of course, the one who lost the most face was still Lu Liqing. Two Gang was his subordinate and also his right-hand hired thug. He did not think that Two Gang was actually killed by a second-levels punk, sup 3/sup. This was smacking his face. Investigated properly yet, just what origins is that punk? Lu Liqing asked his subordinate with a grim look. "Yes, we investigated his background. That boy just entered the Azura Arena today and directly got a wipeout at the first level. Two Gang had long eyed the Azura shop's Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold, but he did not have sufficient points. This time, he finally managed to AMA. S enough points to go by it. Didn't expect that he actually got killed by this newcomer. Chapter 877. Addressing each other as brothers. Chapter 877. Addressing each other as brothers. Humph! Does that punk called Yi Yuan really think that he's invincible? In this Azura arena, even a dragon has to coil up. Lu Liqing said with a cold snort. In this Azura arena, there had never been a lack of geniuses. These Earth Carnage Proclamations experts, which one of them was not peerlessly talented, with strength far surpa. Sing those in the same level. That punk probably also knew that he got into trouble. After leaving the Azura shop, he actually chose to enter seclusion and did not enter the second level. The subordinate said, Humph, he may get off today, but not tomorrow. Keep a close eye for me. When he arrives at the second level, report to me immediately. I want to let him take a look at this Azura arena's brutality. Yes, Your Excellency. It's just, if you have something, just say it. Don't hem and haw. There are quite a few rumors out there right now, especially Lord Zong Ta there. They are all laughing at us. Upon hearing this, Lu Liqing's expression became even more overcast. That Zong Ta was similarly a heavyweight CLA. S figure in the second level. Regardless whether was its strength or forces, it was not at all inferior to him. Making such a big fool of himself this time, Zong Ta would naturally grab hold and not let go and give a good mocking. This D.A.M. and brat causing me to lose so much face. I must tear him from limb to limb. Lu Liqing gnashed his teeth in hatred, hating Yi Yuan to the bones. Regarding the things that happened in the second level, Yi Yuan was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he would not care either. He set up an array formation to help the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the gray flame earth sun gold, while he himself entered inside the vast heaven pag. To cultivate. The likelihood of Yi Yuan making progress in supreme true intent was not too high within a short time. Therefore, Yi Yuan placed the focus of cultivation on the advancement of cultivation realm. At present, tanic transformations already happened to Yi Yuan's body. Even if he did not borrow the powers of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very fast too. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the Bing character in the 9 characters true word formula. After violent essence, energy went through the vast heaven pag. Das tempering, it was absorbed by Yi Yuan into his body. After entering the heaven enlightenment realm, each time Yi Yuan advanced a minor cultivation realm, it required sieve amounts of essence energy. But ever since cultivating the Bing character, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was several times faster compared to before. Same as the Lin character, the Bing character similarly seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. But the effects of the Bing character was completely different from the Lin character. It was able to make martial artists become more sensitive toward the energy between heaven and earth. Cultivation would also yield twice the results with half the effort. For such a long time, Yi Yuan discovered that the effect of each word was different through comprehending this 9 words true character formula. But there was one point. Each word contained extremely profound maxims of the great Tao. It could virtually let Yi Yuan reach the quintessence in an area, and this Bing character could let his cultivation speed increase tremendously. Yi Yuan believed that if he could cultivate the Bing character to an extremely high realm, his cultivation speed would probably be able to crush all of the divine realm's geniuses. Even using medicinal pills to pile up cultivation realm was probably nothing more than this too. After advancing to heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan deliberately slowed down cultivation speed and fastidiously comprehended the powers of laws. Although this way would make his cultivation speed become slow, it could let his comprehension toward heavenly Tao become even clearer and more comprehensive. After heaven enlightenment realm, the most important was still comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, increasing concepts cultivation all round. If one did not pursue combat power, there naturally was no problem getting help from medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan was rewalking the martial path presently. This step was indispensable. The upper three realms could be said to be even more important than the 6 major cultivation realms before added up. Yi Yuan wanted to pursue the pinnacle of the martial path. He would rather walk a bit slower, but the Bing character plus the remolding of the primeval dragon bone made his cultivation speed no worse than any genius in the divine realm. Furthermore, along with the comprehension of the Bing character, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 3rd level heaven enlightenment. When he went to check on the origin magnetism spirit, wood, he discovered that the gray flame earth sun gold already turned into an ordinary chunk of rock. The power of gold element inside was already absorbed fully. Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that the origin magnetism spirit had indeed advanced to tier 7. With this, the power of the origin magnetic field increased greatly. This slaughter points is really good stuff. I'm going to inquire about it later to see if there's any way to obtain even more slaughter points. It's time to enter the 2nd level. Yi Yuan had seen quite a number of good stuff in the Azura Shops Points area. Even he was quite moved as well. Congratulations to Yi Yuan, Tan-Si, for entering the Azura Arena's 2nd level. A melodious voice sounded out in the 2nd level. The entire Azura Arena all knew at once. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Just advancing to the 2nd level. Is there a need to raise such a big rumpus? The 2nd level martial artist strength is very formidable. We got to be a little more careful. It's said that the rank 1 Zhan Wushuang, his ranking reached 150th place on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength is very formidable. Still remember that 2 gang you killed? Although his ranking wasn't high, the backer behind him is ranked 10 plus at the 2nd level. His ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation is also as high as around 200. Tan-Si said, this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was oblivious to the outside world. But Tan-Si inquired about the 2nd level's situation very clearly. That punch of Yi Yuan's seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. He would probably be targeted the moment he came up. But Yi Yuan said totally unconcernedly, I hope that he has some common sense and doesn't come to provoke me like that idiot underling of his. The people in the Azura Arena, which one was not stained full of blood on their hands. Regarding killing 2 gang and his like, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Tan-Si had nothing to say. He could not figure out where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength lie either. But very clearly when killing 2 gang, Yi Yuan did not use full strength. Just arriving at the 2nd level, Yi Yuan naturally had to stroll around a bit. But Yi Yuan barely walked 2 steps when he was stopped by a group of people. Boy, was it you who killed 2 gang? A burly man at the front questioned, What, are you all here to help him get justice? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That burly man was originally still sinister looking, but he suddenly lopped an arm around Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a big laugh, Well killed. 2 gang that fellow. He has rubbed me the wrong way long ago. I'm called Jiao Chong. In the future we'll be brothers, so let's get on more intimate terms. Yi Yuan still thought that he was here to find trouble. He did not think that this guy suddenly addressed him with great familiarity, looking not at all distant either. Yi Yuan jerked lightly directly bouncing Jiao Chong off, and said coolly, "Not everyone is qualified to address me as his brother. Who the H-E-L-L are you people? State your names." Being easily bounced off by Yi Yuan, Jiao Chong could not help being startled inwardly. He originally thought that Tu Gang getting finished off was because he underestimated the enemy. But just that bit earlier, this boy's strength could not be taken lightly. "Ha, we're Lord Zong Ta's subordinates. You killed Tu Gang. Lu Liqing will definitely not be satisfied until he kills you. In the future, you follow Lord Zong Ta around. With him S-H-I plus elding you, Lu Liqing won't even dare to let out a fart." Jiao Chong laughed and said, Chapter 878, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. Chapter 878, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. After hearing this, Yi Yuan finally figured out this bunch of fellows' intention for coming. He did not expect that his actions in the Azura shop actually made these people give rise to the idea of soliciting him to join their side. Except, Yi Yuan did not have plans on joining. "Your meaning is to pull me into a partner's H-I plus P?" Yi Yuan said. Jiao Chong saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts too, and said with a smile, "I know that your strength is decent. It's just that the second-level situation is very different from the first level. Without a major figure S-H-I plus elding you, you'll die very horribly." Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "It's also not impossible for me to join in," but the moment Jiao Chong heard that there was a chance, he could not help being secretly pleased. This boy's strength was not weak, likely not beneath his. Settling this errand, Lord Zong Ta would definitely reward greatly. Was still wondering how proud this boy was. Looks like it was also just like that. As for Yi Yuan wanting to state conditions, it was within reason too, raising his status a little. This supported the argumentation of the main topic. "But what?" Jiao Chong asked. "But it will only work if I become the boss. I don't have the habit of being sheltered by others. It has always been me covering others." Yi Yuan looked very calm as he said. Jiao Chong's expression changed when he heard that. He even thought that this fellow was quite astute. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not know how to appreciate favors. "You become the boss? What a joke. Boy, don't think that you're amazing with a bit of strength. Let me tell you, without Boss Zong Ta's care, you'll be eaten in this second level until not even any SCR. PS remain. Moreover, have you thought it through? You already offended Lu Liqing terribly by killing Tu Gang. Offending us further, you'll find it difficult to advance even a step in the second level." Jiao Chong said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a regretful expression, "Is that so? Looks like we can't reach an agreement. Then there's nothing good to talk about. Make way, don't block the path." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pushed aside. But this time, Jiao Chong was prepared and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. But he did not think that the force of Yi Yuan's light push was actually extremely strong. His body was pushed to one side involuntarily. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Jiao Chong's expression was ugly to the max. But Yi Yuan barely walked a few steps when he had his path blocked by another group of people again. Seeing this scene, a delighted expression showed on Jiao Chong's face. Lu Liqing actually personally moved out. "Punk, you finally came up. Your Uncle Lu has waited very long for you." Lu Liqing swept a glance at Jiao Chong ferociously. Clearly, he did not think that he came even faster than him. "A good dog won't block the path. Get lost." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Ha, what an arrogant brat. In this second level, no one dares to talk like this to your Uncle Lu. I think, since you came up to the second level, you've already come to understand, right?" Lu Liqing had an appearance like he got Yi Yuan, and did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard that. This was really any random guy would all feel good about themselves. Of course. My awareness has always been very high, Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Very good. Tomorrow, fighting arena, the two of us have a points gamble fight. If you dare to not agree, I'll kill you right now. Lu Liqing said with unparalleled overbearingness. Yi Yuan's brows jumped up when he heard that and said, Points gamble fight? The tan sea by the side moved closer and explained, Points gamble fight is when both parties each put forth a portion of points and carry out a death match. They must determine life and death in the fighting arena. The victor can obtain the other party's points. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help getting very interested and asked Lu Liqing, How many points do you have? Yi Yuan showed an excited look, but it made Lu Liqing stunned. How many points I have? You don't need to care. You used 15 points at the Azura shop. Right now, you only have 5 points on hand. Let's bet 5 points. Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, Too little. I'm lacking points very much right now. How about this? I'll raise the stakes, bet all of your points. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, the surroundings could not help being speechless. This guy is a moron, right? Just that bit of strength of his wants to bet, with Lu Liqing all of his points. Even Zhong Ta dare not say to be able to retreat unscathed in a death match with Lu Liqing either. This boy wouldn't think that by getting a wipeout in the first level, he can also do whatever he wants coming to the second level, right? The second level's martial artists. Any random one that goes to the first level can also get a wipeout. Haha, maybe he thinks this way. The first level is already so weak. How strong can the second level be? There are idiots every year. This year is especially more. Jiao Chong was not far away. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he could not help holding his face with his face. He finally understood why Yi Yuan would say that sort of arrogant and conceited words earlier. Could it be that this boy was completely a fool? Jiao Chong's strength was roughly the same as Tu Gang, also around Earth Carnage Proclamation 400th place. But 400th place and 200th place, the gap in between, this was akin to a heavenly chasm. Although similarly heaven enlightenment realm, the two people's strength simply had no way of mentioning in the same breath. If not for so, why would he, an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, throw himself under a same realm martial artist? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear it? He wants to raise the stakes and bet all of my points with me. Boy, your Uncle Lu has 35 points. Why don't you say what you'll use to make up for it? Don't tell me that you don't know how valuable these extra 30 points are. Lu Liqing was currently roaring with laughter when a medicinal pill was placed in front of him. His smile withdrew. The expression on his face gradually became solemn. This is a transcendent grade, heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Recognizing the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, Lu Liqing was no longer composed. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was a tier 7 medicinal pill for cleansing the marrow. It was a huge temptation to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. This is because it could help martial artists to break through the fetters of heaven enlightenment realm and then to step into phaseless realm. Of course, with the strength of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, breaking through to phaseless realm was not hard. To them, what was truly hard was breaking through to Tao Profound later, reaching Emperor realm. The so-called lawless and phaseless were not just the martial artist's comprehension on heavenly Tao, but it was also on the fleshy body, sup 1/sup, breaking through to phaseless realm. There was a process of cleansing the marrow, remold the fleshy body anew, and from there, lay down the foundation for breaking through to Tao Profound realm. Then, what kind of extent this marrow cleansing reached was very particular. One could say that this process determined how far the martial artist could walk in the future to a very large degree. The Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill was of much higher rank compared to the medicinal pills on the market to help martial artists break through to the phaseless realm. What was even more Nabal was that this tier 7 medicinal pill was too hard to concoct. Ordinary alchemists simply could not refine it. Therefore, even though the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill's reputation was out there, those truly able to obtain it were extremely, extremely few. This was also why Lu Liqing would lose composure like so upon recognizing it. This medicinal pill was extremely rare. Moreover, it had a demand, but no market valuing at 30 points was more than enough. At least you know about the good stuff. How is it? Can you bet all of your points now? Yi Yuan kept the medicinal pill and said. Lu Liqing sucked in a deep breath and finally calmed his state of mind. He switched to a cold smile and said, "Since you want to give such a valuable medicinal pill to me, what reason do I still have to decline?" Chapter 879, Timely Rain. Chapter 879, Timely Rain. On the second day, the fighting arena was packed full of people. The news of Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's points gamble fight caused an uproar in the second level. But what made them even more concerned was the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill in Yi Yuan's hands. The allure of this medicinal pill was seriously too great. Lu Liqing's luck is seriously too good. There's actually a fool who's giving him a Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. Why do I not run into this kind of good thing? Screw off, you! Even if you obtained the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill, can you defend it? That's true. Forget about me. Even Lu Liqing himself might not be able to protect it too. Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. I don't believe that those few have no interest. Sure, you don't want your life anymore? You mustn't anyhow say such things. Right now, Yi Yuan was just like a little child carrying a gold piece and walking around on the bustling streets in the eyes of the second level's martial artists. Everywhere were ferocious looks. One had to admit Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable, but to Lu Liqing this level of existence, he was definitely still too weak. On the fighting arena's grandstand, in an inconspicuous corner, an elderly person and a youth were currently standing with their hands behind their backs. "Old Jew, looks like you're L-bent on the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill as well," said the youth with a sarcastic smile. The elderly person's face was cold as he said, "Coolly, the pot calling the kettle black. If you're not interested, you won't show up here either." The Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill is a legendary medicinal pill. Even you, old Jew, were moved. How can I, a junior brat, not be moved? It's just that after today, whose hands this medicinal pill lands and will have to depend on each one's ability, the youth said. The old man shot the youth a scornful glance and said, "Bullying this old man, is it? This time, for the sake of the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill, I want to take a look at your feng shao's means." The youth smiled, but did not speak. But the two persons' gazes turned toward the fighting arena. In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's life and death battle was able to start. "Brat, before dying, I still have to give you thanks for delivering to me such a precious medicinal pill." Lu Liqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pleased expression. Yi Yuan still had that indifferent look as he said, "Your esteemed self is really a timely rain. You know that this little lord, I am lacking points, and you delivered yourself to my doorsteps the moment I came up. Really endlessly grateful." Lu Liqing smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your Uncle Lu will let you take a look today at what the true strength of a second-level martial artist is." Done talking, the 5 stars on Lu Liqing's glabella suddenly lit up. a furious killing intent wreaked havoc on the field, and was actually even more violent compared to Tan Si. A long halberd brandis, H.I. plusing killing intent was piercingly cold. Lu Liqing's second stage, slaughter supreme true intent, is already approaching the great circle of perfection, and is already not far from third stage. This boy's strength is obviously not weak, but he only has less than 4 stars on slaughter concept. I want to see what methods he has to deal with the situation. On the grandstand, the youth was filled with antic. 1. P. Asian as he said, I heard that this brat's fleshy body is extremely formidable. When he was at the first level, he directly blew up his opponent with 1 punch. I reckon that this should be his greatest reliance, the elderly man said, looking at news from all round. Yi Yuan's strength was definitely not what ordinary martial artists could compare to, although the specific circuit stances inside the Azura shop did not spread out. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's strength in itself could not be underestimated to be able to kill 2 gang. It was just that in comparison, Lu Liqing, this veteran expert, was clearly more promising. Heavenly halberd frenzied slaughter. Lu Liqing gave a fierce roar. The long halberd drew a civ semicircle and directly cleaved down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. The long halberd had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. This move in Kampa, set an overwhelming tremendous force and actually pierced through the array formation, blowing up gusts of fierce wind on the grandstand. Facing this staggering move, Yi Yuan actually did not move a muscle, allowing Lu Liqing to do as he liked and what he liked. Boom! The long halberd landed on the ground. SMAs. H.I. plussing out an enormous pit on the Earth's surface. Debris scattered around. SMAs. H.I. plussing onto the array formation, turning into a pile of dust. A portion flew onto Yi Yuan's body, likewise turning into a pile of dust. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what happened. What the H.E.L. is Lu Liqing doing? Testing moves? Started off with a bang and ended with a whimper. This move also deviated too far off the mark, right? Odd. Too strange. Lu Liqing isn't someone who shows mercy. Why was this move so off form? When I saw Lu Liqing's move just now, it frightened me badly. His strength is clearly even stronger than before. But this result, Lu Liqing's move smashed the fighting arena into a mess. It was just that although this move's destructive power was shocking, it was too far away from Yi Yuan. The move was completely unable to cause any substantial damage. From beginning to the end, Yi Yuan stood there not moving a muscle, as if he had not done anything at all. This kind of scene was too bizarre. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Liqing and said with a smile, I didn't expect that in this Azura arena, there's still such a polite opponent. Not easy. Oh, not easy. In order to express respect towards your esteemed self, this punch, I'll call forth all my power. How did the current Lu Liqing still have any hint of the composure from before? His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with apprehension. Because of the isolation of the array formation, the people on the grandstands completely did not know what happened in the arena. But he was perfectly aware. His move of his was launched, aiming at Yi Yuan, who knew that halfway, Civ force suddenly appeared, forcefully altering the trajectory of his attack, making a huge deviation occur between this move of his and the originally planned trajectory from there. Under this enormous force, he actually had no command over himself. You actually know origin. Lu Liqing's words had yet to be said finish when Yi Yuan moved. A slow and average punch. It actually looked somewhat soft and lacking strength. The feeling that this punch gave the martial artists on the grandstand was that, regardless of who was on the field, they could easily avoid it and even counterkill Yi Yuan. But Lu Liqing felt completely different facing this punch. Facing this neither too slow nor too fast punch, he actually had nowhere to evade. This was the moment of life and death. Lu Liqing urged his essence energy to the limits, wanting to avoid this punch of Yi Yuan's. However, right at this time, that strange force appeared once more. No, Yi Yuan's punch suddenly vanished before his eyes. That Hoa, R.S.E., an exhausted shout suddenly stopped. Under everyone's stares, Lu Liqing was pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood by Yi Yuan, with one punch completely losing his human form. The next instance, Lu Liqing's absolute kill token slowly flew out. Slaughter concept slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan's body. The fourth star on Yi Yuan's glabella became clearer and clearer, and it finally formed. Lu Liqing's slaughter concept was a lot. Yi Yuan also absorbed his fill in one go. Apart from this, Yi Yuan also became aware that inside his absolute kill token, 35 points appeared out of thin air. All of a sudden, he owned 40 slaughter points. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was rather surprised as he said, "Is this the slaughter supreme true intent? Indeed impressive. No wonder this Azura arena is so brutal, but so many geniuses flock to it like ducks." On the grandstand, that elderly person and the youth earlier exchanged a glance, both incomparably astounded. Chapter 880, Ignoring. Chapter 880, Ignoring no need to have talent, no need to comprehend. As long as one triumphed over their opponents continuously, they could comprehend a supreme true intent. It was indeed too alluring. Even if one did not comprehend to the great circle of perfection realm, the power of a supreme true intent was also unparalleled. Breaking through to 4-star Soul General at this moment, Yi Yuan had an additional supreme true intent out of thin air just like this. Counting the previous two, Yi Yuan already possessed 3 supreme true intents at present. In this Azura arena, it was probably one of its kind, and the shock that Yi Yuan set off was still continuing. Everyone was all somewhat uncertain what it meant and totally did not understand what on earth happened. Currently, Zhong Ta and Jiao Chong were also below the stage, the expressions on their faces wonderfully fascinating, especially Jiao Chong. Recalling those words said to Yi Yuan previously, he could not help sweating profusely. He only came back to his senses at this time. Turns out that Yi Yuan was not joking previously. He was actually being serious. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really joined, who would be the boss if he did not become the boss? Zhong Ta's strength was neck to neck with Lu Liqing. The two people's ranking was also very close. For Yi Yuan to be able to kill Lu Liqing so easily, he naturally had the strength to kill Zhong Ta too. Thinking up to here, Jiao Chong could not help secretly rejoicing about Lu Liqing suddenly popping out at that time. If not for Lu Liqing, if he compelled Yi Yuan to join the team back then, his corpse would probably be strewn on the streets already. In the corner, the youth's expression had indescribable solemnness as he said, "Old Zhu saw it clearly?" Old Zhu slowly nodded, his gaze likewise unbelievably somber as he said with a nod, "Absolutely the origin magnetic field. No mistake. Moreover, looking at it, the power of his origin magnetic field is not small. Forget about you and me. Even those freaks on the 3rd level would likely suffer considerable hindrance too. Him possessing the origin magnetic field is practically in an undefeatable position already, unless one's strength far surpa SES his, one can only be led by him by the nose." The youth said, "Not just that. Did you see clearly that move he killed Lu Liqing with? It looked like he relied entirely on the strength of the fleshy body, but at that instant of final eruption, it absolutely still contained an extremely powerful concept of fire. If I didn't see wrongly, it should be the extremely hard to comprehend scorching supreme true intent. The more old Zhu talked, the more alarmed he became inwardly. The youth suddenly could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, "To think that you and I were still having designs on the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Thinking about it now, it's really a joke. Such an opponent. Better to provoke less." At this point, these two people were clearly incredibly wary of Yi Yuan already. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to take out the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill without fear for anything. Turns out that he really had this strength. Hey, is there still anyone coming up? This second level should also be consecutively winning 20 matches to advance, right? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out in the fighting arena, but what replied him was silence. He said these words incomparably haughtily, but at this moment, not a single person felt that he was arrogant. Although he won very bizarrely, Yi Yuan's strength left no room for doubt. Those martial artists glanced around, looking at each other. But who would dare to go up the stage at this time? Yi Yuan only killed a martial artist ranked 10 plus at the second level. There were still over a dozen existences stronger than Lu Liqing in front. But at this instant, these 10 over people all collectively lost their voices. This points gamble fight is rather interesting. Is there still anyone continuing? Yi Yuan looked at the audience and said again, "I believe that everyone also knows I have a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in my hands." The current Yi Yuan was just like a bad uncle kidnapping kids. That appearance was detestable to the extreme. But under this sort of situation, no one dared to go up the stage to fight with him. What a joke! Points gamble fights could only be determined with life and death. Who dared to go up and seek death? Time slowly trickled by, looking as if Yi Yuan was going to get a wipeout once again soon. "I'll challenge you." Right then, a voice sounded out. A youngster dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes went up to the fighting arena. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that this youth's face had unswerving determination, his momentum quite imposing. He was absolutely an expert. "Good. How many points do you have?" "I'll bet all of it," Yi Yuan said very interestedly, but that youth shook his head and said, "I'm not having a points gamble fight with you, just purely challenging you." When the youth went up to the stage, below the stage was actually already whispering around in subdued voices. They were clearly very surprised by this black-clothed youth going up the stage. But the moment those words came out, everyone's jaws. The ground. No way, right? The Long Qing, who has made a clean sweep of all obstacles in the second level, actually capitulated. He doesn't dare to have a points gamble fight with Yi Yuan. I truly didn't expect that this Yi Yuan actually hauled Lung Qing out. He has already not taken action for very long. He's the only expert in the second level to enter the Earth Carnage Proclamation's first 150th place, and has already been without any challenges and battles for a very long. The second level's number one expert actually don't dare to say to definitely win Yi Yuan either. Turns out that this black-clothed youth was actually the second level's number one expert, Lung Qing. Except when Yi Yuan suggested a points gamble fight, Lung Qing actually backed off. Very clearly, Lung Qing did not have the confidence to win Yi Yuan at all. The reason why he went up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan was just that he encountered an opponent he was interested in. He wanted to come up and compare notes a bit. That was all. If a points gamble fight was carried out, then there was no leeway to maneuver. The two people must carry out a life and death great battle, all the way until one side dies. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a regretful look, "How boring to not gamble points. Then forget it, not fighting anymore today." Finished talking, under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Yuan actually left the fighting arena directly. Yi Yuan already fought a match today and could totally not accept Lung Qing's challenge. The second level's rule was that a match must be fought every 3 days. After this match, Yi Yuan could await the battle arranged by the Azura Arena 3 days later. Lung Qing was the synonym for invincibility in the second level. There had never been anyone who dared to speak this way to him before. Everyone did not think that today Lung Qing was actually ignored by someone, yet Lung Qing's face did not have any look of unhappiness at all. He said coldly, "Fine, 3 days later, we'll fight again." Yi Yuan was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and left. Tan Si, who's that kid so arrogant? He can have a showdown with me if he wants to fight me? Isn't the arrangement of the fights decided by the Azura Arena? On the way back, Yi Yuan asked Tan Si. Tan Si could not help being speechless when he heard that. Talking about arrogant, was there anyone more arrogant than you today? At every level, the people ranked in the top 10 all have special privileges, because their strength is sufficient to enter the next level. So whether they fought or not, it is already not important. And behind them, there are people backing them up. Although I don't know who is supporting them, arranging one match, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Also, that black-clothed youth is called Lung Qing. He's the second level's strongest person. Beating him, you'll be the second level's boss. Tan Si said, but Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, what does the second level's boss count as? Those guys in the third level are the Heaven Enlightenment Realm's true geniuses. If my conjectures are right, there are probably quite a few people who comprehended two supreme, true intents. Only by fighting with these true geniuses can one find some pleasure. Chapter 881, Slaughter Sword Art. Chapter 881, Slaughter Sword Art. This slaughter concept is really mystical. It's actually like it's inscribed in my body. There's not much difference than the supreme true intents I comprehended myself. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. These 3 days' time, he had constantly been understanding the slaughter supreme true intent that he had just obtained. Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter supreme true intent could be released and withdrawn freely. It actually did not have a shred of stagnant feel. He could not help sighing in admiration at these mystical aspects. To any martial artist, concepts comprehension involved patience and painstaking work. Not a hint of choosing the easy way was permissible. But this slaughter concept was the only supreme true intent that could be grasped without needing to comprehend. It was precisely because of so that the divine realm would have so many young talents that came to the chaotic Devil Sea and entered the Azura Arena. Among these, there were quite a number of people who have already comprehended a supreme true intent. Adding in another slaughter supreme true intent, their strength would have a substantial increase within a short period. But Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter concept was linked in many ways to the absolute kill token. It seemed to rely on the absolute kill token to exist. Looks like this absolute kill token was the inherent law holding up the Azura Arena's operations. But was there really such a good thing? Regarding this absolute kill token, Yi Yuan kept on having a strange feeling. But as for where it was strange, specifically, he could not pinpoint it either. He once used all kinds of methods to examine the absolute kill token before, but could not find any trace of improperness. However, regarding this supreme true intent that was practically picked up for free, Yi Yuan still continued to have some suspicions. Acquired the slaughter concept, but I'm still lacking a martial technique to match it. Looks like I got to make a trip to the Azura shop again. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the Azura shop once more, the one receiving him was still that female attendant from last time. It was just that this time she became very warm. Si congratulates Sir for overpowering all heroes at the second level. Did Sir come this time in order to select a slaughter martial technique? The female attendant said. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. Clearly, he did not expect that this lady actually guessed his intention for coming. Seemingly seeing through Yi Yuan's thoughts, Si said, generally, martial artists who just became 4-star soul generals would all come to the Azura shop to choose martial techniques. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. He said, then is there any impressive martial techniques at your place here? There naturally is, but the formidable martial techniques are all housed in the inner pavilion. It's just that, talking until here, Si could not help hesitating for a moment. You're worried that my points aren't enough, Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly, since the female attendant knew that he had a points gamble fight with Lu Liqing. She presumably should know how many points he had. He had 40 points in his hands right now. It was actually not enough to buy a set of martial technique. The female attendant nodded and said, ordinary martial technique. I believe Sir won't take fancy of them. The truly powerful martial techniques of the slaughter concept require at least 80 points. Those even more powerful techniques require more than 200 points. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath when he heard that too. A martial technique selling at such a horrifying price. This was also too absurd, right? Bring me in to take a look first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Following Si into the inner pavilion, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Martial techniques related to the slaughter concept was actually as many as several dozen copies, from Tier 7 to Tier 9. But there was one point. The prices of these martial techniques were all very high. Even the price of the most inferior Tier 7 martial technique reached 20 to 30 points. As for the Tier 9 martial techniques, they basically all started at 50 points. Yi Yuan swept a glance, but his gaze stopped on a martial technique right in the middle. Isn't the price of this slaughter sword art a little too absurd? Yeah. Yi Yuan pointed at this martial technique and said speechlessly, this martial technique, named slaughter sword art, actually needed a horrifying 500 points. Si smiled and said, this slaughter sword art is our Azura shop's supreme store treasure. It's said that this martial technique cultivated to the extreme can even be on par with the 10 great divine kings. Doesn't Sir feel that it is worth this price? Upon hearing, Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested too. If a martial technique could reach the level of the 10 great divine kings, forget about 500 points, even 1,000 points were not considered expensive too. It was just that these words being uttered out of the mouth of a puny little female attendant, how much credibility did it have? 10 great divine kings. Ho-hoo, in the entire chaotic Devil Sea, are their existences rivaling the 10 great divine kings? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Si looked at Yi Yuan with a slight smile as she said, there are goodness knows how many divine kings in the divine realm. But those able to become 10 great divine kings' existences are only those 10 people after all. No matter how strong the martial technique is, it also requires the person training in it to be strong. Other people can't cultivate to the 10 great divine kings' boundary. Doesn't mean that Sir can't as well. Don't you agree, Sir? Si finished talking and discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze was currently looking straight at her. He said with a half smile, looks like Miss hopes for me to cultivate this martial technique very much. A trace of bewilderment flashed across Si Yin's heart. She did not expect that this boy in front of her was actually so sensitive. And not at all. It's just that Sir asked. This maidservant is just answering Sir's question. Si hurriedly said, ha, even if you have a trap, what do I, Yi Yuan, have to fear? This cultivation method, I want it. But can Miss Si teach me how to obtain even more points or not? Yi Yuan said, Yi Yuan browsed through all of the cultivation methods. Very clearly, this slaughter sword art was the most suited to him. Yi Yuan could feel that behind this Azura arena, there was a pair of large hands manipulating in secret. Regardless whether it was its slaughter concept or martial techniques, it could all be a trap. But to be able to toy with so many geniuses in the palm of his hand, behind this definitely had an earth-shaking plot. To Yi Yuan, to be able to live harmoniously in peace was naturally the best. If the other party did not have eyes and wanted to play some tricks on him, he would return it tit for tat without the slightest politeness too. Although Yi Yuan felt that it was not proper, he similarly yearned immensely for strength. To Yi Yuan, having one more supreme true intent was obviously something that he wished for. Him coming to the chaotic Devil's Sea, on the one hand, it was for the sake of the Skanda divine stone. The other was for the sake of this supreme true intent. Now that there was a heaven-defying martial technique on par with the 9 suns burning heaven placed in front of him, Yi Yuan saying that he was not moved was fake. Si'in laughed coldly in her heart. The Azura arena has existed for so many years. The geniuses are not just you alone. Having an unduly high opinion of oneself, this is a common failing for geniuses. In the end, you still can't resist the temptation of power. There are many ways to obtain points, but there's one thing that is to have some contribution to the Azura arena. I heard that Sir has a Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill in possession. If Sir is willing to transfer possession of it to the Azura shop, we're willing to purchase it at the price of 50 points. Si'in said. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, just the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone. Pill will do. Then, if I refine other medicinal pills, can it also be exchanged for points? Si'in said, that will have to depend on what kind of medicinal pills Sir refine. If it's like the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone, however many you have, we want as many. Chapter 882. Pummeling all the same? Chapter 882. Pummeling all the same. Is that true? Hearing Si'in explain this, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. Si'in said with a smile, will I lie to Sir? These kinds of short-in-supply medicinal pills are extremely popular among those geniuses ranked towards the front of the 3rd level. We purchase at a price of 50 points, but we can sell at an even higher price. Yi Yuan smiled too when he heard that and said, oh, you all really have the intrinsic characteristics of a merchant. Fine, since that's the case, we'll go out and talk. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and exited the inner pavilion. Si'in felt baffled, but still followed after. Yi Yuan came to the points area, retrieved the absolute kill token and Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill, and handed them to Si'in, saying, help me exchange the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill for points, plus the 40 points in the absolute kill token, a total of 90 points. Exchange all of them into tier 7 spirit medicines. Yi Yuan's appearance was just like a magnate spending large sums of money lavishly, incomparably generous. Si'in could not help being very surprised when she heard that and said in a daze, does Sir want to reconsider it a little? Although medicinal pills can exchange for more points, these spirit medicines are all very valuable. Refining into medicinal pills is also extremely complicated and difficult. The success rate isn't high. Sir might not be able to earn back this 90 points even if you spend them all. To alchemists, the success rate was a very big problem, especially a medicinal pill like the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill. The difficulty of refining was extremely high. In Si'in's view, even if Yi Yuan was really an alchemist, refining a Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill would definitely expend many materials too. Plus Yi Yuan's spending money like water it was very easy to make Si'in mistakenly think that Yi Yuan was born in some major Oh, Blee family, so that was why she voiced out to warn. But Yi Yuan said without a care, there's no need to trouble Miss Si-in to worry about this. Either way, these points were obtained easily too. Even if it gets squandered away, it doesn't matter either. Worst comes to worst, I'll find some more people to carry out a points gamble fight. When I reach the third level, Si-in was speechless when she heard it. To mention points gamble fights so easily, there was probably just this one in front of her. Yi Yuan's indifferent ATT. Tude was regarded by people as a fool at one point, but reality proved that he really had the strength to crush a level. Si-in did not doubt the least bit that even if Yi Yuan went to the third level, his strength would be in the front ranks too. Since Yi Yuan already said it like this, Si-in could not very well say anything else. She could only go help him exchange the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill to points. Purple Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, Profound Cold Ice Soul Fruit, Ice Flame Profound Sovereign Ganoderma. Yi Yuan uttered a long string of spirit medicine names like he was informing dish names. Si-in actually could not quite keep up with his speed, following behind Yi Yuan. One had to admit, this Azura shop really had quite a bit of good stuff. Some spirit medicines were all very hard to find in the outside world. This place actually had everything that one could wish for. It was just that these spirit medicines' reserves were limited. A lot of them could only extract out 2 to 3 portions of medicine embryo, and even only extract 1 portion. With this, it put an extremely high demand on the alchemist. But this was not an issue to Yi Yuan at all. Even his success rate for refining Tier 9 medicinal pills were shockingly high, not to mention mere Tier 7 medicinal pills. All of this was owed to his extremely solid foundational skills. Finally, Yi Yuan purchased 30 overstocks of spirit medicines, making Si-in dumbfounded from watching. This was simply an example of a dumb person flushed with money, taking 90 points to exchange for 30 overstocks of spirit medicines, no matter how one looked at it. It was a very R-E-T-A-R dead behavior too. Sir, these are all of the spirit medicine that you want. It's all inside the storage ring. Do a check. Si-in Pa-S, said Yi Yuan a storage ring, and said, no need to check. Miss Si-in is so beautiful. Would you still lie to me? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Si-yin's face reddened and actually revealed the bashful ATT. Toot of a maiden. One would wonder if her subordinates would sigh with admiration at Exalt Si-yin's mind-boggling acting skills when they see this situation or not. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the absolute kill token heat up. A message transmitted into his mind. And going to battle? Already. It's indeed with that Lung Qing. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Si-in said with a broad smile, I wish, sir, a triumphant victory as soon as your banners are unfurled. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, that's of course. This guy doesn't have the guts to have a points gamble fight with me, and actually still dare to use this sort of despicable means to force me to fight with him. I must pummel him until even his mother can't recognize him. When Yi Yuan rushed to the fighting arena, the grandstands were already fully occupied. A showdown between an upstart and a veteran of the second level was destined to draw massive amounts of attention. On the grandstands, an elderly and a youth showed up once again. Feng Xiao, what do you think Lung Qing's chances of victory in this match is? The youth shook his head and said, Old Zhu, although we can't win against Lung Qing, even if we tried our utmost best. I still feel that he isn't Yi Yuan's match. I don't think so. Lung Qing has clearly seen that fight on that day too. He probably still has some confidence, since he dares to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. It's just that how much this assurance is, that's hard to say, Old Zhu said. The youth glanced at Old Zhu, but did not say anything else. The moment Yi Yuan laid eyes on Lung Qing, his expression darkened. You this fellow to actually dare play schemes with me. You're dead. Lung Qing said coolly, whatever abilities you have, feel free to use them. As you Wisconsin H, plus Yi Yuan suddenly burst forth. A fist arrived in front of Lung Qing in a blink of an eye. Lung Qing's expression changed because Yi Yuan's fist disappeared. This move again. Boom. Yi Yuan's one punch struck the fighting arena's grand array until it trembled. Waves of exclamations involuntarily came from the grandstands. Oh my goodness! I'm covered all over in Guseb. You MPS. If this punch were to land on my body, my entire person would probably be gone. Too powerful. No wonder Lu Liqing was actually smashed into dregs by him, even with his powerful strength. In the previous match, all of the force was received by Lu Liqing alone. Therefore, they did not sense the horror of Yi Yuan's punch. But this time, it reflected clearly on the grand array. Only then did they know how terrifying this punch was. However, this punch ultimately still missed. Lung Qing actually avoided this unavoidable punch of Yi Yuan's. Ever since Yi Yuan mastered the Void Dragon Shadow Punch, this was still the first time being dodged by his opponents. This also involuntarily made him somewhat surprised. Concept of wind. Yi Yuan perceived it. The reason why Lung Qing could avoid his punch was precisely because the other party comprehended the concept of wind. Furthermore, it was even the Speed Supreme True Intent. The Speed Supreme True Intent and the Wind Flow True Intent Yi Yuan comprehended both belonged to concepts of wind. But the attributes pursued had nothing in common with each other. Comprehending the Speed Supreme True Intent could let the martial artist reach a height far beyond other people's reach. Myriad laws under the heaven. Only speed is unbroken. In the center of Lung Qing's forehead had 6 stars. His slaughter concept was actually even a notch above Lu Liqing's. 2 kinds of supreme true intent were precisely where his confidence for being invincible in the second level lied. Not bad. You really are very strong. If I didn't have a bit of confidence, how could I dare to come up the stage to challenge you? Lung Qing said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. So what if 2 kinds of supreme true intent? You dare to scheme against me. I'll pummel you all the same. Chapter 883. Earning Points. Chapter 883. Earning Points. Wind Movement Shadow Kill. Netherworld 100 Kills Saber. This time, Lung Qing struck first to gain the initiative. His opening move was 2 mighty supreme true intent martial techniques, a swift to the extreme movement technique and an unrivaled saber art. The 2 gave people an incredible visual impact sensation. Lung Qing unleashed his ultimate move. In this second level, how long has it already been since anyone could force him to go all out? With this, someone can finally pose a threat to Yi Yuan, right? After all, Lung Qing's strength would also be rather decent even when placed in the 3rd level. This Yi Yuan is too arrogant. I want to see how he'll still be C. Oh, C. KY if he can't keep up with that swift to the extreme speed of Lung Qing. But that one elderly and one youth shook their heads endlessly on the grandstand. This wind movement shadow kill was the martial technique they had the biggest headache over, coupled with the speed supreme true intent. Lung Qing was fast beyond imagination, but they knew that Yi Yuan still had the origin magnetic field that was not unleashed yet. This was speed's greatest jinx. Lung Qing's figure suddenly burst out, directly vanished. H.I. plus ing before everyone's eyes. But everyone all knew that it was not that he disappeared, but he was fast until the naked eye already could not see. Bang! Everyone saw Lung Qing display his figure, flying out backward and slamming fiercely onto the grand array. Following that, Yi Yuan pounced forward and chased after in Lung Qing's direction. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger compared to Lu Liqing. Although he suffered a punch, he did not lose combat capability. Seeing Yi Yuan chase after, he was greatly alarmed and hastily deployed his movement technique, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's pursuit. Yi Yuan laughed and smiled. "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" Origin magnetic field deploying. It was like Lung Qing fell into a quagmire, his speed falling drastically. Bang! Another punch. But Lung Qing's speed was indeed very fast. He avoided most of Yi Yuan's force before barely managing to not be crippled. The power of Yi Yuan's one punch was seriously too fearsome. The martial artists on the grandstand were already struck dumb with astonishment. On the fighting arena, one chased and one ran, completely not like fighting. It was more like a game of cat and mouse. What was Nabal was that the one being chased was the second level's number one person, Lung Qing. This scene seriously made people feel too subverted. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger than Lu Liqing's. But facing Yi Yuan, he was likewise being pummeled until he could not raise his head. This guy's strength was truly ridiculously powerful. I concede. This was an unequal fight, and was long unable to continue already, except Lung Qing only found a trace of opportunity to catch his breath now, and said the words to admit defeat. Following Lung Qing admitting defeat, his slaughter concept flowed over towards Yi Yuan's body. The sixth star became much dimmer all at once. The higher the rank of the Soul General, the more slaughter concept lost after defeat. All at once, the fourth star on Yi Yuan's forehead became bright, advancing another step, and the fifth star would be appearing. At this moment, Lung Qing felt like his entire person was on the verge of falling into pieces. There was not one spot that did not hurt from head to toe. Even if his willpower was firm, he was injured until he contorted his face in pain at this time. And many thanks for Brother Yi for showing mercy. Lung Qing sucked in cold breaths as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You and Lu Liqing are different. Your offense didn't deserve death." That Tu Gang and Lu Liqing clearly gave rise to killing intent towards Yi Yuan. So Yi Yuan cut them down mercilessly without any politeness, although Lung Qing forced Yi Yuan to fight with him. Yi Yuan could sense that he was only tempering himself through battles. There was a fundamental difference in between this. Towards such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not mind sparing his life. It was just that Lung Qing's compelling method made Yi Yuan somewhat displeased. So that was why he would make a move to mete out punishment. The people on the grandstand were stunned long ago already. The ever-triumphant Lung Qing was actually defeated so utterly. He even needed Yi Yuan's charity before he was able to escape with his life by luck. A third-level heaven enlightenment was actually daunting to this sort of extent. This was an extremely rare thing in the Azura arena. At least, they had not seen such incident before. Even the second level's strongest, Lung Qing, became Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent. Yi Yuan naturally obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level, but Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. To him, the pressing matter on hand was to get enough points to exchange for the slaughter sword art. After the battle with Lung Qing, Yi Yuan immediately entered seclusion and started refining pills. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and directly went to the Azura shop. When Yi Yuan placed 9 small bottles in front of Si-In, her mouth opened into a circle shape, and she did not recover to her senses for very long. "Mouth opening so big it can stuff a fist in already," Yi Yuan said with a snide smile. Si-In froze and finally came back to her senses. This time, her shocked expression was not feigned but genuine astonishment. Yi Yuan purchased a total of 30 over spirit medicines and actually refined 9 completed medicinal pills. Of course, if she knew that what Yi Yuan refined was far from just 9, who knew what she would think? Yi Yuan obviously would not tell her that his success rate of refining pills was 100%. It was just that out of fear that it would be overly shocking that he only took out 9 medicinal pills. In truth, Yi Yuan was in seclusion for 5 days and refined a total of 18 tier 7 medicinal pills. They were all peak tier 7 medicinal pills, and what he took out was just half of what he refined. The other medicinal pills, you just purchase them according to the price of 50 points, will do. As for this 7 aperture exquisite pill, I think a price of 150 points isn't considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Si Yin nodded her head mechanically. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, These medicinal pills were all refined by you? You just have to care about getting them. As for whether or not it's refined by me, what does it matter? Yi Yuan said. Si Yin's question for very amateurish. A seller bringing medicinal pills. As for where it originated from, one logically should not ask too much. But Si Yin was too shocked right now. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were clearly refined and formed using those spirit medicines that Yi Yuan bought. Then, just how high was Yi Yuan's alchemy level? Ah, sir, Si Yin didn't mean that. Please don't be mistaken. It's just that Si Yin was too surprised. This is a 7 aperture exquisite pill. Even an alchemy emperor might not be able to refine it if he takes action. Sir only bought 2 portions of materials and actually refined 1. This is simply too phenomenal. Si Yin's emotions had no idea how it should be described. This kind of freak was simply not able to find an adjective to describe, except the 7 aperture exquisite pill that Yi Yuan refined was not 1, but 2. The 7 aperture exquisite pill was one of the hardest tier 7 medicinal pills to refine. After consuming, it could permanently increase the martial artist's cultivation speed by several times. It had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means, with the Bing character Yi Yuan cultivated. The valuable aspect of the 7 aperture exquisite pill lied in that it was not only effective to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, but it was also similarly effective on initial stage phaseless realm martial artists. It was just that its effect on heaven enlightenment realm martial artists was the greatest, so that was why it was CLA'd as a tier 7 medicinal pill. In reality, forget about alchemy saints. Even alchemy venerables had very few people able to refine successfully too. Therefore, Yi Yuan stated a price of 150 points. Chapter 884. Invitation coming from the 3rd level. Chapter 884. Invitation coming from the 3rd level. It was just luck. This Yi normally don't have such a high success rate when refining pills. These few days of seclusion, no idea why either my moral character suddenly erupted, so I refined 9 medicinal pills. Even the 7 aperture exquisite pill that I'm normally unable to refine actually succeeded too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. But Si Yin was speechless when she heard it. Refining pills, this sort of thing could rely on moral character too. Sup 1/sup. Although refining medicinal pills indeed had components of luck inside. That was directed at a single medicinal pill. Refining 9 different medicinal pills due to good luck. How heaven-defying, to what degree did this luck have to be? Do you really take this exalt to be a fool? However, apart from luck, was there still any better explanation? Forget it if it was some other medicinal pill, but the 7 aperture exquisite pill could not be refined just based on strength. A success rate of 50%. This was also a bit too terrifying, right? Thinking about it carefully, luck was also the best explanation. This involuntarily made Si Yin confused. All right, doesn't matter how, Sir is truly an alchemy genius hard to come across once in 1,000 years. Moreover, Sir's martial strength is shocking. Continuing to cultivate, perhaps you might be able to become the next sole martial divine king. Si In sucked in a breath deeply and said, Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Haha, I won't dare to think about the sole martial divine king. Let's think about the issue of points." Si Yin's face reddened, and she also became conscious of her loss of composure. She nodded and said, "The 7-aperture exquisite pill is comparable to tier 8 medicinal pills. Exchanging for 150 points is naturally not an issue. I'll help Sir to go exchange it for points straight away. Sir, please follow me." Si Yin brought Yi Yuan into the inner pavilion. After exchanging the medicinal pills to points, she took out a jade slip very seriously and handed it to Yi Yuan. "Sir, although this slaughter sword art is sold to you, you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread this martial technique outside," Si Yin said solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's of course." Si Yin said that this martial technique, when cultivated to the extreme, one's strength would be on par with the 10 great divine kings. This level of martial technique, if it was at the outside world, forget about being sold, one would not even get to see it. Regardless of which faction it was, regarding this kind of martial techniques, they would all cherish it very dearly. Although the Azura arena circulated it, it was also not possible to allow it to spread around outside freely. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan had even more suspicions. There must be something strange about things being abnormal. Since this cultivation method was so formidable, why would the Azura arena display it publicly? The chaotic Devil Sea was a very mysterious region in the divine realm. And, Body knew just who this place was ruled by. At one point, there were major forces that attempted to invade the chaotic Devil Sea, but without any exception, they all failed. Furthermore, their outcomes were all very miserable. As Time Pa S. said, no one else dared to have designs on this region anymore. But to say that the slaughter sword art could be cultivated to the realm of the 10 great divine kings, Yi Yuan had some doubts. If that was really the case, why had he never heard before of the chaotic Devil Sea producing any powerful characters? Right in front of Si Yin, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath before receiving the Spirit Halo Jade from the other party's hands. Spirit Halo Jades were jade slips used specially to inscribe Tier 9 cultivation methods. Its properties were very special, and it was also extremely rare. Yi Yuan reckoned that just this jade slip made from Spirit Halo Jade was probably worth 10 points. The moment it entered his hands, Yi Yuan's divine sense had yet to sink inside when a surge of killing qi pounced from head-on. It actually made Yi Yuan involuntarily revolve heart like monolith. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help being secretly shocked too. This martial technique really seemed to be incredible. Inside the Spirit Halo Jade was definitely just a replica cultivation method, and it actually had such power. Looks like what Si Yin said before were mostly true. Sir obtained such a martial technique. Don't you wish to take a look? Si Yin said with a gleeful smile. This words had some spurring on intention, but what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he fear this sort of spurring? Smiling immediately, Yi Yuan directly sunk his divine sense into the Spirit Halo Jade. Boom! Instantly, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness teemed with violent killing intent. It actually wanted to control his will. Yi Yuan was long prepared, revolving heart like monolith to the limits and forcefully suppressing this killing desire. Slaughter Sword Art, first level, Killing Song of the Sword. One killing song startles heaven and earth. Myriads of life are desolate and bleak. Only after forcefully suppressing the violent killing intent in his sea of consciousness did the contents of the first level appear in front of Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's current slaughter intent, he could only cultivate this first level's move as well. Just briefly skimming over it, Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. Only then did he know that turns out the slaughter concept could actually still be used like this. No wonder Si-in said that this martial technique could rival the strength of the 10 great divine kings. Looks like what she said was not false. If this first move was mastered, it was absolutely not beneath the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's 7th layer martial technique. Yi Yuan was currently savoring the lingering appeal of the Slaughter Sword Art's first level and was incomparably shocked in his heart. But he did not notice that the astonishment in Si-in's eyes was even greater than his. Yi Yuan was not the first person to acquire this martial technique. But when the others sunk their divine sense inside the spirit halo jade, they all became unbelievably savage very quickly. There were even some people who got controlled by the killing intent within and attacked Si-in violently. Of course, the final outcome definitely would not be good. However, Yi Yuan just became absent-minded briefly, then it was controlled by him. This Yi Yuan, his mind is unshakable. His heart realm cultivation has reached heart, like monolith realm at least. I really don't know how on earth he cultivates at such a young age. Inside this Azura arena, Si-in had seen before Ji. Oh, Dee knows how many geniuses. But not one could give her such a great shock like Yi Yuan. Presently, Yi Yuan already withdrew out of the spirit halo jade and gave praise repeatedly. Not bad. Pretty good. Si-in put away her thoughts and said with a smile, "Does Sir feel that you got more than your money's worth now?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right." Buying this martial technique for 500 points, this Yi profited at other people's expense instead. This level of martial techniques were all priceless treasures and completely had no way of measuring using essence crystals. Although 500 points was an astronomical figure, learning a martial technique like this, it was indeed above its money's worth. Obtaining such a cultivation method, Yi Yuan could not quite contain his excitement anymore, either planning on going back to enter a retreat and cultivate this cultivation method. But he had yet to leave when his path was blocked by someone. The arrival was very polite. Clasping his hands at Yi Yuan, he asked, "May I ask if you're Lord Yi Yuan?" "Exactly so. What guidance do you have?" Yi Yuan said coolly. The person said, "This one is Sun Qi, the #1 battle general under the 3rd level's Lord Demon King." Lord Demon King heard that Lord Yi Yuan is an outstanding young talent and wants to get acquainted with you, and specially order this lowly one to come here and invite Milord up to the 3rd level to have a chat. There were quite a few people in the outer pavilion. Seeing Sun Qi, all of them were taken aback. "It's actually Lord Sun Qi. I heard that he's the #1 battle general under the Demon King, an expert ranked 58th on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. He's actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. Looks like Yi Yuan really made a name for himself. He hasn't entered the 3rd level yet, and he won Lord Demon King's recognition, sending Lord Sun Qi personally here to invite. Truly remarkable." For a moment, there were many discussions inside the Azura shop. Chapter 885, True Strength. Chapter 885, True Strength, inviting Yi Yuan to join the team. This was nothing rare. With Yi Yuan's performance in the 2nd level, he was bound to be regarded highly by those heavyweights after going to the 3rd level. What made people surprised was Sun Qi's attitude. Who was Sun Qi? A powerhouse ranked 58 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength was way stronger compared to Lung Qing. An important person like this was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Even if he was sent here under the Demon King's orders, it should not be this kind of attitude. When did this Azura arena become so civil and polite. Who's the Demon King? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing as well. I still have to go back to enter seclusion and cultivate. Don't come and bother me, Yi Yuan said with a look of impatience. He was currently in high spirits and wanted to cultivate the slaughter sword art. But another whatever Demon King jumped out again. It would be weird if he could be happy. But these words were totally not the case when it fell into other people's ears. Who was the Demon King? One of the third level's kings. A powerful existence ranked in the top 5. Yi Yuan actually dared to speak impertinently. If these words were to be brought back by Sun Qi, wouldn't Lord Demon King blow his top? The reason why the Demon King was called the Demon King was that he killed people without batting an eye, regardless of who they were. As long as they provoked him, he obliterated without exception. Maybe the Demon King was not the strongest one in the third level, but he was absolutely the most savage and cruel one in the third level. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked off without any care, and he did not even give Sun Qi a glance either. Sun Qi's face turned dark. What kind of person was Sun Qi coming to invite a second level's brat? This guy actually still did not give face. But upon thinking of Lord Demon King's instructions, Sun Qi forcefully pressed down the discontentment in his heart, caught up with Yi Yuan, and said, since Lord Yi Yuan has already obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level, isn't going up to the third level to cultivate the same as well? Lord Demon King has already prepared a third level's top-tier cultivation chamber for you and can provide for Milord's cultivation. Regarding Sun Qi's attitude, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He initially thought that Sun Qi would explode. Did not expect that this guy would actually be so good-tempered. Ever since arriving at the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan still very rarely saw such a good-tempered person. But a top-tier cultivation chamber made Yi Yuan slightly moved. One had to know that this top-tier cultivation chamber, one slaughter point, could only use for 3 days. If not to salt bottlenecks, ordinary people would not rent it. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, all right then, looking on account of the top-tier cultivation chamber, I'll take a trip with you. I still have some matters to take care of at the second level. You go to the third level and wait for me. Actually, there wasn't much stuff to take care of either. Yi Yuan was just going back to say goodbye to Tan Si. These few days, Tan Si was still considered attentive and satisfactory. Yi Yuan naturally would not be miserly towards him either. He gave him some medicinal pills and instructed him to cultivate well. Right now, the second level all knew that Tan Si was his follower. There naturally would not be anyone without eyes that would be making things too difficult for him. Tan Si still had a lot of potential. During this period, his improvement was apparent as well. Advancing to the third level in the future was also not impossible. After settling Tan Si's affairs, Yi Yuan went straight up to the third level. Sun Qi brought Yi Yuan to an empty hall, saying to go report his arrival, and then disappeared. In the entire hall, Yi Yuan was left all alone by himself. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his outstanding skills, and did not mind either. He sat down calmly and drank tea. Even after drinking the entire pot of tea, there was still no one who came to say hello. Inside the hall, it was still and quiet, with only Yi Yuan's continuously tea-drinking slight sounds. A cold atmosphere gradually loomed. This matter seemed like a trap, no matter how one looked at it. Make your move. Holding it in for so long, aren't you tired? Yi Yuan gently put down the teapot and said coolly, as if responding to Yi Yuan's words. A dark shadow suddenly dashed out. A palm with an irresistible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan. Bang! The chair Yi Yuan was sitting on and the table were directly smashed into dust. Strength is decent, But since your esteemed self invited me here, could it be that you don't dare to reveal your true appearance to people? Yi Yuan already composed himself and did not have the slightest awareness of falling into a trap. This person in front of him was dressed in black robes. He was even wearing a black, fanged mask on his face, looking very ferocious. The masked man did not speak. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Yi Yuan's punch rumbled out, directly annihilating the masked man's palm force. Mighty Heaven Ji, oh, de-annihilating palm. The masked man's low voice transmitted over. A horrifying palm force, A.S., salked towards Yi Yuan. Violent killing intent filled the entire hall. This palm was clearly unleashed with the Slaughter Supreme True intent. In terms of the Slaughter Supreme True intense level, it was evidently above Lung Qing's. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if this masked man's slaughter concept did not reach 7 stars, it was not far away either. Although soul generals were divided into 9 stars, these stars would be harder and harder to condense towards the back. 6 stars to 7 stars. There was a major threshold too. A martial artist had to fight goodness knows how many matches before they could S enough slaughter concept. This masked man in front of him should be that so-called Demon King. Facing such a palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless either. He immediately revolved the Void Dragon Shadow Punch to the limits. Boom! 2 attacks with tremendous power collided together. Civ energy wave directly ravaged the hall. The roof immediately crumbled down. The entire hall instantly turned into a wasteland. But right at this time, the skies suddenly dimmed. The skies studded with stars. A terrifying energy undulation instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan did not reveal a solemn expression, but smiled instead. He finally knew who this Demon King was. I didn't expect that you, this fellow, actually ran to the chaotic Devil Sea, but your improvement really makes me feel astonished. Since you want to test my limits, I'll let you witness my true strength. The smile on Yi Yuan's face gradually faded away. The Star Moon sword quietly landed in his hand. Yi Yuan slightly raised the Star Moon sword, then just casually slashed in the air. Civ Rift was actually slashed out in the sky. After that, those motes of stars were completely annihilated under this SLA's. Plus this powerful lumen star brilliance move was broken by Yi Yuan with a wave of his hand. Azure Dipper floating Zero Sword will soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan lightly spat out these few words. Behind that black mask, those pupils constricted, clearly shocked by the scene before his eyes. Only when the skies recovered its clearness did the masked man come back to his senses from the midst of shock. He heaved a long sigh and said, I thought that I was already powerful enough. Didn't think that the gap with you became bigger and bigger. The masked man slowly removed the fanged mask, revealing a delicate and good-looking face. Who could it be but Nayland Chu? Back then, Nayland Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, saying he wanted to go out and train. But Yi Yuan never expected that he actually ran to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land and even entered inside the Azura arena. In Yi Yuan's impression, Nayland Chu was a free and unconventional modest gentleman. But this Demon King before his eyes subverted Yi Yuan's understanding of him. It seemed like during this period, his transformation was really not small. Chapter 886, 12 Exalts. Chapter 886. 12 Exalts looking at this debris all over the floor. Sun Chi could not help opening his mouth wide. He originally thought that Lord Demon King calling Yi Yuan over was just because he admired Yi Yuan and wished to take him under his wing. He did not expect that this Yi Yuan strength was actually this powerful. Lord Demon King was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Nalan Chu's tea. Tlee of Demon King did not appear out of thin air, but was fought out match by match. To be able to slaughter into the third level's top 5, it could be seen how powerful Lord Demon King's strength was. But such a Lord Demon King actually still lost to Yi Yuan. Just what background did this third-level heaven enlightenment brat have? Compared to before, you're indeed much more powerful. It was absolutely impossible for the past you to force me to use will soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Will soaring to the skies. A fine will soaring to the skies. Your sword intent is indeed already riding above the 9th layer of heaven. A sword like this is simply as the saying, if G, O, DS block, kill G. O, DS, if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Nalan Chu said with vicissitudes of emotion. Nalan Chu had a deep understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess after exchanging blows with Yi Yuan. The last time, Yi Yuan using his most powerful, rending the sky, already shocked him. Training and tempering these few years in the Azura arena, Nalan Chu had always chased after Yi Yuan as his goal. His improvement was tremendous. At one point, Nalan Chu also felt that he was already very close to Yi Yuan. But upon seeing today, Yi Yuan's strength was still far above his. This stance, while soaring to the skies, truly rode above the 9th layer of heaven. He could not think of any strategies to resolve it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, wait until the day my sword intent reaches major accomplishment. Maybe it can really kill G. Oh, DS, if G. Oh, DS block, kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. But right now, it's still somewhat lacking. Nalan Chu also smiled and said, that's just a matter of time. All right, this place isn't a place to talk. Sun Chi, we'll go to your residence. Sun Chi bowed and said, yes, your excellency. When Yi Yuan walked past him once again, the feeling in Sun Chi's heart was completely different. This young man's strength was too terrifying. Only after having some small talk with Nalan Chu did Yi Yuan know that Nalan Chu's these 2 years of training and tempering was also rather not easy. Nalan Chu had a warm-hearted and Kampa-S cyanate personality too. En route his training and tempering, he encountered an unjust matter. A rank 7 Holy Land's junior disciple was in the process of violating a woman. Nalan Chu killed that person in his rage, then incurred endless pursuit. Along the way, he was forced into hopeless situations several times and narrowly lost his life, but he still pulled through in the end. Rank 7 Holy Lands were not what the Crimson Afterglow, that sort of rank 9 Holy Lands, could afford to provoke. Nalan Chu did not dare to expose his ident. One time, being forced against his will, Nalan Chu fled to the chaotic Devil Sea. As luck would have it, he obtained an absolute kill token. Hence, he entered the Azura arena. Nalan Chu did not think that after he experienced life and death several times, his entire person underwent a complete transformation, integrating into the fighting ways of the Azura arena very quickly. In this place, he advanced with leaps and bounds. Not only he almost became a 7-star soul general already, but his light supreme true intent also broke through to the 3rd stage. On that day, I heard that the 2nd level had an upstart who is called Yi Yuan too. Moreover, his strength was overwhelming in the 2nd level. I thought about whether or not there was such a coincidental thing. Later, I obtained the recording of you and Lung Qing fighting, before discovering that it's actually really you running into an old friend in a foreign land. Nalan Chu was clearly very excited too. These 2 years plus time, regardless of whether was its strength or temperament, Nalan Chu underwent a tremendous change. Demon King this tea. Tlee was not given randomly. This was simply unimaginable for the former Nalan Chu. Yi Yuan also talked about the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's recent developments with Nalan Chu. Nalan Chu sighed endlessly when he heard it too. But he was also very happy when he was informed that Tuyu broke through and that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was promoted to a rank 8 Holy Land. Yi Yuan, since you've already advanced to the 3rd level, isn't it time to choose a camp? After the small talk, Nalan Chu said. Choose a camp. Yi Yuan had a perplexed look. Nalan Chu nodded his head and explained, this Azura arena is actually controlled by the 12 Great Exalts, martial artists from the 1st level to the 6th level. Regardless of whether Heaven Enlightenment Realm or Phaseless Realm, they actually all belong to one of the 12 Great Exalts. Hearing Nalan Chu say so, Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder Lung Qing really got his wish when he wanted to fight with me. Above Lung Qing is Exalt Heavenly Hedonist of the 12 Great Exalts. The Exalt I belong to is Exalt Shuoyan. If my conjectures are right, Exalt Si'in has probably got an eye on you already. Seems like she wants to pull you under her command. Nalan Chu said. Yi Yuan was stunned. Si Yin's face emerged before his eyes. You're saying that female attendant in the Azura shop is one of the 12 Exalts? Yi Yuan had a blank look. Hearing Exalt Si Yin this name, he finally came back to his senses. Si Yin calculated a myriad of things, but she did not calculate that Yi Yuan actually had a personal friends. I plus P with this Lord Demon King. Nalan Chu smiled and said, the 12 Exalt statuses in the Azura arena are all different. The area Exalt Si'in is in charge of is precisely the Azura shop. Yi Yuan had a speechless look. That young lady was also a bit too capable at acting, right? Although Yi Yuan had suspicions long ago, he also did not think that this young lady was actually one of the 12 Exalts. Like this, huh? What if I don't join their camps? Yi Yuan pondered about it and said, not joining their camps, unless you have heaven-defying strength. Otherwise, you can only be erased by them. Of course, they can't violate the Azura arena's rules either, but they can utterly wipe you out within the permitted boundaries of the rules. Nalan Chu said. Regarding the rules, Nalan Chu said, Yi Yuan understood it. No matter which level Yi Yuan was at, they could arrange stronger opponents to deal with him. It was roughly like this. Haha, want to wipe me out? Huh? Let them go ahead. Just hope that they don't break off their front tooth. Yi Yuan did not wish to be anyone's underling. He was him, a former peak alchemy emperor, a present genius youth, trifling 12 Exalts. What right to come and control him? Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Nalan Chu could not help saying with a bitter smile, I knew it. No matter what, we jointly came out of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Furthermore, you're the right and proper young lord. Whether professionally or privately, even if I die, I have to ensure your safety too. Yi Yuan was rather surprised when he heard that, but said with a smile, you can't even beat me. What do you have to protect my safety? Forget it. These things don't need you to come and worry. At least at this 3rd level, there isn't anyone capable of harming me yet. Nalan Chu shook his head, but did not know what he should say. Actually, before finding Yi Yuan, he already mentally prepared himself. Other people, he dare not say, but Yi Yuan, he knew a little. Want to make Yi Yuan bow and SCRAP as someone's lackey. That was absolutely impossible. Ho, Brother Yi, don't talk about other things first. The 18 days top-tier cultivation chamber I promised you is already prepared. I know that, brother, ye should have just chosen a slaughter concept's relevant martial technique. What you need most at this time should be close seclusion, Nalan Chu said. Chapter 887, Name List, Chapter 887, Name List, Killing Song of the Sword. Inside the cultivation chamber, killing chi overflowed. A ma, S of black-colored sword chi, was roaming around inside the cultivation chamber. The S.P.A.C. of the places it said by would have minute undulation appear, making the surrounding walls have intense undulation sounds appear. This slaughter sword art is indeed well deserving of its fame to actually be able to unleash killing intent through such a method. 1 month said, and I actually only comprehended a smattering of the first level. Just 18 days were too short. After time was up, Yi Yuan extended another 12 days' time. Only then did he barely manage to comprehend a modic M of the killing song of the sword. To Yi Yuan, using a month's time to go cultivate a martial technique under the prerequisite of possessing the slaughter supreme true intent and actually just comprehend a trace of the rudiments, this was a very seldom seen matter. This slaughter sword art was very profound. The difficulty of comprehending was absolutely not beneath the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art's auxiliary martial techniques. It appeared that what Si-in said was not false. If this martial technique was cultivated to the limits, one might really possess strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. It was just that if Si-in found out about Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, she would definitely be immensely shocked. This martial technique, other people all cultivated with 10 years as units. Yi Yuan actually only used a month's time to comprehend the preliminary rudiments. This comprehension ability was too terrifying. The 10 great divine kings were all staggering geniuses, but for them to reach this level, it requires over 500 years of time at the fastest too. How could wanting to reach this sort of boundary be something overnight? But Yi Yuan was still very unsatisfied with his cultivation speed. Time is pressing. This kind of cultivation speed is truly a little too slow. Looks like I got to think of ways to get some chaos gems. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Yi Yuan discovered that Sun Qi was actually waiting outside already. It was just that his gaze was somewhat evasive. Clearly, he had something he found difficult to express. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He saw through that Sun Qi suffered considerable internal injuries at a single glance. What happened? You got injured during a fight. Where's Demon King? Yi Yuan frowned and said, Nailan Chu did not use his original name here. Yi Yuan naturally would not reveal his unsavory background. It was just that Yi Yuan was quite surprised. If he had something to find him, there was no need to send an injured Sun Qi over, right? Lord Demon King. Sun Qi words were vague, making Yi Yuan give rise to a hint of a foreboding premonition. Speak, Sun Qi suddenly said with a look of righteous indignation. Lord Demon King, he was beaten to severe injuries by someone and is in danger of losing his life at any time. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he snapped, When did it happen? Why did you come and inform me earlier? I wanted to come and inform Lord Yi Yuan previously as well, but Lord Demon King, he did not allow. He said that Lord Yi Yuan's matters are greater than the heavens. Unless it was absolutely necessary, we're not to disturb your closed seclusion. Sun Qi said with a bitter look, T. His little life is almost gone. What matter is even bigger than this? Hearing this news, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat moved in his heart, becoming abnormally irritated. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Nailan Chu's thoughts. It was just that he did not expect that Nailan Chu was actually so foolishly loyal. He was going to be beaten to death in no time. And he actually did not allow his subordinates to come and inform him to exit seclusion in advance. In Nailan Chu's heart, Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. He was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Concerning martial artists cultivating, one of the greatest taboos was having a closed-door seclusion interrupted. Closed seclusion, suddenly being interrupted, if it was minor, it would make the things they comprehended be irrevocably lost. If severe, one would run amok, burying hidden dangers for breakthroughs in the future. Nailan Chu did not wish to affect Yi Yuan became of him. That was why he did not let Sun Qi come and disturb Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, Sun Qi mumbled yes repeatedly by the side, and he did not dare to say anything. Yi Yuan casually threw Sun Qi a medicinal pill and said, "Consume it. Take me to find Demon King." Sun Qi's expression involuntarily changed when he got the medicinal pill. Transcendent grade, Ling, Hua, Jade, Du pill. This was an extremely hard to come by tier 7 healing medicinal pill, something that could not be bought on the market at all. Yi Yuan's casual opening move was simply extravagant to the extreme. Sun Qi consumed the medicinal pill and did not have time to refine the medicinal strength either, before bringing Yi Yuan to go find Nailan Chu. Seeing lying on the bed was the unconscious Nailan Chu, Yi Yuan's fury leaped up. Nailan Chu's heart meridians were virtually shattered, already at his last gasp, possible to die at any time. Yi Yuan even detected that within Nailan Chu's body had a peculiar force that would cause immense damage to Nailan Chu's internal organs. Very clearly, the other party deliberately held back a trick or two just to torture Nailan Chu. Competing in martial arts showdowns, death was a common occurrence. It was just that this kind of method was truly a bit too vicious. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart slowly rose. But this kind of injury naturally could not stump the alchemy emperor Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forced that power out of Nailan Chu's body, then restored the wounds of Nailan Chu's internal organs with essence energy. Finally, he let him consume a medicinal pill and helped him to refine the medicinal strength. After a series of actions, Nailan Chu's complexion gradually became rosy. His breathing became regular too. Yi Yuan got up and made a hand gesture at Sun Qi, hinting for him to go out and talk. Sun Qi was incomparably shocked looking at Yi Yuan's actions by the side. These few days, he had pulled who knows how many connections to invite Ji. Oh, D knows how many alchemists over. But they were all helpless on what to do regarding the Demon King's injuries. But the moment Yi Yuan came, he only used a short 2 hours' time to drag Lord Demon King back from King Yama's hall. This level of means was simply a marvelous work of art. Speak, what on earth happened? Yi Yuan's query was very calm. But beneath his calmness hid a monstrous fury. Sun Qi calmed his emotions a little and explained the events that happened the other day. Turned out, it had always been relatively balanced between the third level's various major forces. But not long after Yi Yuan went into seclusion, no idea for what reason, the two forces under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire actually teamed up to deal with Nailan Chu's line. The other party overwhelmed with superior numbers and challenged Nailan Chu's side's forces continuously, with two major forces uniting together. Their strength was simply not what Nailan Chu was able to withstand. In 10 days, Nailan Chu suffered heavy casualties under his command. Even the Sun Qi, with formidable strength, was also beaten to heavy injuries. It was naturally not possible for Nailan Chu to watch his own subordinates take a beating blindly. Hence, he came forward to challenge Exalt Blazing Fire's subordinate, Yen Shan. This Yen Shan's ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation fell short of Nailan Chu's. Originally, it should have been an almost guaranteed fight. In the end, an accident actually occurred. The fight this time, Yen Shan's strength unexpectedly advanced greatly. Furthermore, he even cultivated a strange power. Nailan Chu was affected by this force and was beaten to serious injuries in the end. Yi Yuan was silent for a long time after hearing before saying to Sun Qi, "Take these two factions top 10, a total of 20 people, make a list, and give it to me." Sun Qi's expression changed, and guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do very quickly. He hurriedly said, "Lord Yi Yuan, a pair of fists are no match for 4 hands. I know that my lord's strength is powerful. It's fine if it's other people, but that Yan Shan and the Bai Meng under exalt heavenly hedonist's command. Their strength is unfathomable, especially Bai Meng. He's even the 3rd level's #1 powerhouse. How great his strength is, and, oh, body knows it all." Chapter 888, Azura Mode, Activate. Chapter 888, Azura Mode, Activate. Give the list to me. Yi Yuan did not explain anything and just said calmly. Sun Qi's heart turned cold and knew that Yi Yuan already made up his mind. No matter how he urged, it was also useless already. Sun Qi did not dare to dawdle, and could only give this name list of 20 people to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took the name list and came straight to the fight arena. "I want to activate the Azura mode. This is the name list I want to challenge." Yi Yuan found the fighting arena's in charge, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe. Yi Yuan handed the name list to him. The gray-robed middle-aged man was in charge of the 3rd level's fighting arena's matters and naturally knew who Yi Yuan was. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to activate Azura mode, he was still taken aback from fright. "Do you know the consequences of activating Azura mode?" the middle-aged man asked solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, "I naturally know. I haven't fought a single match in the 3rd level yet, so my ranking should be very far back. On the name list are all top 100 martial artists. I should have the qualifications to challenge." Azura mode was known as suicide mode. In the Azura arena, martial artists who proposed activating the Azura mode could only challenge people ranked higher than them. The number of people challenged had to be no less than 20. One must kill all of these 20 people in 24 hours, which was also within a day, before considering challenging Azura mode to be successful and directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the next level. If one did not complete the task within the designated time, they would be directly blotted out by the Azura arena. This was a rule compelling slaughter within the Azura arena. The ones being challenged had to accept the challenge straight away and were not to decline for any reason. Normally, if there wasn't deep-seated hatred and, body would propose activating Azura mode at all. Of course, some bloodthirsty people with formidable strength who wanted to advance to the next level as soon as possible, as well as to collect sufficient slaughter concept, would also activate this mode. However, those able to complete this mission in the Azura arena were extremely few. In these 30,000 years, only a mere 2 people completed the Azura mode. And the martial artists that these 2 people challenged, without exception, were only martial artists 20 places higher than them. Those who survived in the Azura arena were all not simple people. Wanting to battle across 20 ranks was a very challenging matter. Even if one really had that strength, wanting to kill 20 opponents within a day, one's essence energy was simply insufficient to support it. Generally, those who activate Azura mode all had deep-seated hatred and were hell-bent on dooming the other party to death. Furthermore, it was under the stances where the other party did not accept the challenge. Because under the situation where the difference in strength was not big, wanting to kill the opponent on the fighting arena was very difficult. As long as the other party admitted defeat, it could not continue anymore. Want to kill the enemy, there was only using this sort of deathmatch. Points, gamble, fight required the other party to accept the challenge before it could be carried out. Therefore, this Azura mode was the only avenue for those who had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Of course, one generally paid the price with their own deaths, even if you killed the opponent. The gray-robed middle-aged man took a look at the name list. His expression could not help changing, as he said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, I know that your strength is decent, but are you sure that you want to challenge Yin Shan and Bai Meng? The two of them, their strengths are probably not beneath yours. If you're unable to kill them within 24 hours, you'll be directly obliterated by the Azura Arena. Yi Yuan said coolly, Do I look like I'm joking? Get started. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed several times, but he finally heaved a long sigh, turned around, and left. Yi Yuan activated Azura mode. Hua Jun, Wan Ziheng, Yan Shan, Bai Meng. Up in the third-level sky, a melodious female voice sounded out, immediately stirring up a commotion. Somebody activated Azura mode. Someone activated Azura mode. Yi Yuan. Who is Yi Yuan? Your news is also too out of touch. Yi Yuan is the man of the hour in the first level and the second level these days. He's a formidable person who directly got a wipeout in the first level and brutally pummeled Lung Qing in the second level. Being extraordinary at the first and second level, can he also be extraordinary when he reached the third level too? Lung Qing can't even rank into the top 100 when placed in the third level. This boy has lost his mind, right? And you listen. He wants to see challenge Yen Shan, Bai Meng. Crazy. This guy is utterly insane. Someone activating Azura mode was a piece of big news to begin with, but this person actually directly challenged the third level's #1 person. This was an even more explosive major news. All at once, the entire third level burst into an uproar. Those martial artists all put down the matters in their hands and all sprinted to the fighting arena one by one. This kind of great battle was not a common occurrence. Inside a restaurant in the third level, several people were currently drinking large bowls of wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. The voice sounding out, one person said, Hua Jun, somebody wants to challenge you. Azura mode. TSK. You gotta be careful. Hua Jun's expression changed, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, Where did this fool come from, becoming tired of living at this time? Boss, save this table of alcohol for this lord. Wait until I kill that blind punk. I'll come back and carry on drinking. Inside a top-tier cultivation chamber, Wan Ziheng slowly opened his eyes when he heard this pleasant-sounding voice and slowly walked out of the cultivation chamber. Inside a room, a man and a woman were currently having a flesh-to-flesh great battle when a pleasant-sounding voice echoed. Gee, oh damn it! What A.B. you mur? Go to the side. Wait until this lord kills that blind punk. I'll come back and continue. The man kicked the woman to the corner with one foot and swiftly wore his clothes and sped out of the door. The same thing happened in every corner of the third level. When these people heard the summons, they all did not dare to disregard it, hurrying to the fighting arena one by one. A short 1 hour's time, and the third level's fighting arena was packed full with people. In the center of the fighting arena, a youth stood with his hands behind his back. He was currently resting with his eyes shut, quietly waiting for his opponent's arrival. Hey, did you all discover or not? The opponents that this Yi Yuan is challenging are all in Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, these two people's camps. Like, that needed you to say it, but this boy's head definitely has a problem. Even if challenging these two mighty Exalt's camps, he should also pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. You look at the people he's challenging. All powerhouses ranked in the top 100 of the Earth Carnage Proclamation. This boy still has some ability. He allegedly beat Lung Qing until he could not raise his head in the second level. So what? Lung Qing's ranking is merely around 150th place. The Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 martial artists are much stronger than the 150th place. Even if this boy has Earth Carnage Proclamation top 100 strength as well, can he kill these 20 people within a day's time? In my opinion, this boy is tired of living to actually activate suicide mode. What do you know? I heard that this brat has some friendly relation with Demon King. Don't you know that the Demon King was beaten to an inch of his life several days ago by Yen Shan? This boy is definitely here to take revenge for Demon King. The fighting had yet to begin, but inside the fighting arena was already clamoring with discussions. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan was doing it for, activating Azura mode was no different from committing suicide too. Yen Shan already arrived. He looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of a cold sneer hung at the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, a disturbance stirred in the fighting arena. A young man dressed in white slowly stepped into the fighting arena. Chapter 889, Kill Until Blood Runs Cold. Chapter 889, Kill Until Blood Runs Cold. It's by Meng. He entered close seclusion for quite a few months this time. Right now, his strength is probably even more unfathomable, right? They are all discussing that the next time the Earth Carnage Proclamation comes out, Bai Meng will probably be reaching the summit. No idea where Yi Yuan's courage came from to actually dare challenge Bai Meng. This kind of suicide style is seriously too heroic. Bai Meng's appearance caused a considerable sensation. He ranked third on the Earth Carnage Proclamation and first place on the Azura Arena's third level. His strength was incomparably formidable. Even if one activated Azura mode, no one would be foolish enough to go and challenge him. Yet Yi Yuan did that. In the eyes of everyone, he was naturally a fool. Bai Meng's might was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Yi Yuan's battle results were glorious, it was also not possible to take his place. Moreover, under the Azura mode, whether Yi Yuan could live to see Bai Meng or not was a matter worth discussing. Yen Shan glanced at Bai Meng, his eyes showing some dread as well. Clearly, he was incredibly wary of Bai Meng. Yi Yuan challenging Yen Shan in order to take revenge on Demon King's behalf. This was justifiable. But challenging Bai Meng, that was purely seeking death. The people being challenged all turned up. The gray-robed middle-aged man came to the center of the fighting arena and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan is challenging the Azura mode. It officially starts now. The first battle, Hua Jun. Hua Jun came in front of Yi Yuan with an amused look and said with a cold smile, Boy, you really don't know how high the heaven is and how thick the earth is. Today, let your grandpa Hua come and teach you. Hua Jun was talking halfway when a stream of light in Yi Yuan's hand flashed and disappeared. Hua Jun's voice cut off abruptly. Next, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out, like the curse of a death G. O.D., making the fully occupied field of martial artists feel a chill run down their backs. Spout! Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Hua Jun had yet to figure out what was going on, and already went to meet King Yama. Adding it all up, it was less than a second. This sword was swift like lighting. Everyone did not react to it. They also completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not even say H-E-L, low, and directly drew his sword to kill people. Too unreasonable. Too arrogant. With a thud, Hua Jun collapsed onto the ground and breathed his last, leaving only behind fountain-like blood still spraying wildly. Dumb asterisk, SS. Once the Azura mode starts, that's a life and death match. He actually still had time to talk rubbish with that punk. Yen Shan said with a solemn face. Regarding Yi Yuan's one-hit certain kill, Yen Shan did not mind. Killing someone at Hua Jun's level, he could similarly do it. Next one, Wan Ziheng. The gray-robed middle-aged man's voice sounded out once again, icy cold without the slightest emotion. But in the depths of his eyes, a hint of astonishment still flickered across. Other people could not see through, but he perceived it. This move of Yi Yuan's earlier was not some brilliant martial technique, but the not considered profound divine, soul mystic art, sword-driving technique. The sword-driving technique was not considered very brilliant for divine soul mystic arts, but Yi Yuan killed an Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 expert skillfully without much effort. How powerful a foundation did this require? The way the gray-robed middle-aged man saw it, Yi Yuan chose the most effort-saving and effective way to kill off the opponent. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's control of battles was precise to the extreme. Such an adversary was truly very frightening. The moment one Ziheng took the field, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, rumbling over towards him with a punch. One Ziheng's expression changed. Without even thinking, it was a palm when he raised his hand. Boom! One Ziheng was smashed flying ruthlessly, slamming onto the grand array, and no longer breathed. Next, Yi Yuan's voice was still ripple-less like an ancient well, not carrying the slightest hint of emotion. But regardless whether was it the surrounding martial artists or the targets being challenged, they all could not smile. If, let's say, there were still suspicions of a surprise attack for Huajun, then Wan Ziheng was a frontal battle. Yi Yuan directly annihilated Wan Ziheng with absolute, tyrannical strength. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually fearsome to this sort of extent. Next, Chao Chun. Next, the gray-robed middle-aged man, announced name after name. These people's strength were each stronger than the other. But under Yi Yuan's hands, their best situation also did not pass. S3 moves. T2 strong. How can this brat be so powerful? Those are all top experts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. They actually can't even survive 3 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Who freaking said that this brat was here to commit suicide? This guy is clearly a killing G. Oh, D himself. The martial artists on the grandstand were all incomparably shocked. Looking at those legendary figures fall down one by one, their hearts twitched repeatedly, and actually somewhat could not breathe anymore. While those challenge targets, not yet called, each and every one of their faces became incomparably ugly. To be able to reach their level, which one did not have a heart of stone, but seeing people whose strength were roughly around the same as theirs collapse one by one, that sort of impact was still too intense. They were afraid. Yi Yuan's incomparably overbearing method of killing made each and every one of them feel terror. Next, Guaziming. Being called, Guaziming trembled without rhyme or reason, and actually kept on did not dare to step forward. Next, Guaziming. Guaziming's Earth Carnage Proclamation ranking was 53rd place, around the same as Sun Qi. This was already considered a very impressive existence among heaven enlightenment realms. But facing such a powerful Yi Yuan, he actually did not dare to take a step forward, only to see him shudder all over, not daring to stride a foot out at all. Next, Guaziming. 10 breaths of time, still not taking the stage. You'll be blotted out. The gray-robed middle-aged man's voice sounded out a 3rd time. Guaziming quivered and involuntarily took a step forward. It was just that after this one step, he still did not dare to go forward. Bang! After 10 breaths, Guaziming's entire person blew up. Very clearly, he was directly obliterated by the Azura arena. Seeing this scene, people's expressions became even uglier. Being killed was not scary, but this feeling of waiting to be killed was seriously too distressing. Next, Chi Hao. The gray-robed middle-aged man's countenance did not change in the slightest and continued to call the next name. Chi Hao's expression darkened. Seeing Guaziming's wretched state, he did not dare to deliberately delay anymore, arriving in front of Yi Yuan with a leap. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of talking C-R-A-P. It was the sword-driving technique the moment he made his move. Chi Hao's strength was not what Hua Jun could compare to. His figure flashed, and he directly avoided this sword. Swaz. H plus was H plus was H plus. After one attack, Chi Hao completely refused to come into contact with Yi Yuan. He intentionally pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan in order to not give Yi Yuan any opportunity that could be taken advantage of. Very clearly, he wanted to use this sort of method to delay the time. Humph! If I don't fight you head-on, even if your strength is any greater, what can you do to me? Chi Hao laughed coldly in his heart, but the next instant his expression instantly froze on his face. Under Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field, his figure abruptly turned languish. After that, he was no longer alive. Want to kill my Yi Yuan's brother? You'll have to be mentally prepared to get killed. Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent, making everyone shudder at it. Chapter 890, True King Bloodline. Chapter 890, True King Bloodline Fighting, Not His Match. Fleeing, nowhere to run, apart from Bai Meng and Yan Shan. The gazes the rest of the people looked at Yi Yuan were filled with despair. Besieging the Nalan Chu line, they all more or less took part in it. It was just that they never thought that the consequences would be so severe. They very much wanted to flee the fighting arena, but once Azura mode activated, no means of escape would work. Either one killed their opponent or be killed by their opponent. The opponents after that, regardless of whether they broke down completely or turned to desperate measures in distraught, they were all clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Yi Yuan. Finally, 18 people were already killed. The next one was going to be Yan Shan. The people knew that the fighting had only just begun. Yan Shan slowly fell out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan calmly, "Brat, I admit that you're very capable, but there's nothing worth showing off by finesse. I plussing off those trash. In front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 10, everything is futile. Prepare for a reckoning." Yi Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "Demon King was injured by you?" "Ha! That fool, living in his own fantasy world, and still thought that I wasn't his match. Now, he's tormented by my profound dark force until he's almost dead, right? Brat, are you very furious? Do you want to kill me very much? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I'll make you die in agony like him." Yan Shan became more pleased with himself as he talked, finally bursting into laughter. At this time, a voice came from the grandstand. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid that the one dying today is you." Yan Shan's expression changed as he searched for the owner of the voice in disbelief. Indeed, he saw Nalan Chu appear on the grandstand under Sun Chi's support. "How is that possible? My profound dark force is incomparably abstruse. How can you still stand up?" Yan Shan was very confident in his profound dark force. Once it entered the other party's body, it would continuously wreck the other party's internal organs all the way until it utterly destroyed the other party's bodily functions. Demon King had already gotten hit by it for several days. Logically speaking, he should be almost dead right now. How could he possibly appear here? Looking from far away, apart from some paleness on Demon King's face, there did not seem to be any issue out of place. Profound dark force? What is that? As long as he still has one breath left, saving him is nothing difficult for me, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Yan Shan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Is that so? I want to see if you can bring a dead person back to life. Profound dark nether dream kill." A palm smacked towards Yi Yuan, seemingly looking slow, but it was swift to the extreme in reality. Yi Yuan had purged the profound dark force within Demon King's body before, and was naturally aware of the prowess of this palm art. Within this palm technique contained extremely powerful hidden force. It was incredibly hard to guard against. However, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear. His Void Dragon Shadow Punch was extreme indomitable yang. It was the jinx to this type of gentle palm force. If Yen Shan was phaseless realm, Yi Yuan would really have some dread. But he was only heaven enlightenment realm. Yi Yuan had nothing to fear at all. Bang! The fist and palm clashed. Yen Shan was directly pushed back several dozen steps. His expression changed, and he said in terror, "Scorching supreme true intent. Your scorching supreme true intent is only first stage. How can it possibly be stronger than my profound dark nether dream kill?" Yi Yuan fused together Dragon Wave and Supreme True Intent. It could be said as pioneering the start of a paradigm. Yen Shan not recognizing was also normal. This two things fusing together was not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Very surprised? Since you can't figure it out with one punch, then I'll beat you until you understand. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Origin magnetic field opened up fully. Dragon Wave and Scorching Supreme True Intent also revolved to the limits. This time, he pulled out all the stops. With the pinning down of the origin magnetic field, it was as if Yen Shan sunk into a bog. Even essence energy circulation was not that smooth anymore. Yi Yuan's fist shadows landed like raindrops. Yen Shan had nowhere to run and could only meet the attack spot Sively. What Yen Shan's palm force relied on was hidden force. It was not suited for this kind of frontal clash in the first place and was beaten back under Yi Yuan's fist shadows repeatedly. Bang! 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 Yen Shan's strength was indeed incomparably formidable. Under Yi Yuan's berserk attacks, he could actually still barely manage to hold on and not be defeated. If it were some other people, they would have long been pulverized into minced meat. Truly didn't expect that this brat's strength was actually so formidable. Those fools in front actually didn't even force out half of his strength. Looks like there's no choice but to use that move. Although I'll suffer a great loss of vitality after using it, it's better than dying. Yen Shan secretly pondered. Yi Yuan was currently bombarding savagely when all of a sudden, warning bells suddenly sounded. A feeling of immense danger surged in his heart. Rip! A light flashed. A strip of clothing in front of Yi Yuan's chest was shredded into ribbons. Yi Yuan relied on the recoil force and narrowly avoided this attack. What happened? Why did Yen Shan's aura suddenly change drastically, his strength increasing so much all of a sudden? You guys, look at his hand. It actually grew out sharp talons. My G.O.D. How did Yen Shan turn into a monster that is neither a person nor a ghost? The Yen Shan currently, both eyes revealed a scarlet red color. A pair of tusks actually grew out of his mouth. His forelimbs bulged up, his hands becoming claws. That appearance was just like a human-shaped leopard. Although he became like this, his entire person's aura strengthened several times all at once, giving people a feeling of incredible danger. Stinking brat, to actually force your Uncle Yen Shan to this extent. Savor it well, you'd A.M.N. punk. Yen said savagely. Yen Shan's figure swayed, his entire person vanished. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. He was actually inconceivably swift. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan threw a punch out, slamming together with Yen Shan. But this time, it was Yi Yuan who was sent flying out far away by the tremendous recoil force. The origin magnetic field was actually unable to restrain Yen Shan's speed. After landing, Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said coolly, "Turns out that it's old freak ways experimental subject. But looking at your appearance, his experiments seem to have some breakthrough." Yen Shan was currently pleased with himself. When he heard that, his expression could not help changing drastically once again. How did you know?" Yi Yuan looked at Yen Shan pitifully and said, "What I know is way more than you imagine. Looking at your appearance, you should have been implanted with the 1,000-mile cloud chasing leopard bloodline. It's just that looking from the bloodline strength, you're still far too lacking. Makes sense. A trash like you, fusing with a first-rate bloodline is a waste too." Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making critical remarks about Yen Shan as if looking at a defective product. Yen Shan was incomparably shocked in his heart. But Yi Yuan's words deeply wounded his pride. True, with his strength, it was simply insufficient to let that old freak implanted a first-rate bloodline in him. "Stop pretending. My 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline is plenty enough to kill a rookie like you," Yen Shan said in a violent rage. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with an emotional sigh, "Since you fused with bloodline power, then I'll let you take a look at what's called true king bloodline power." As he was talking, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the skies. The martial artist's expressions all changed. It was as if they heard a series of dragon roars. Chapter 891, Formidable by Meng. Chapter 891, Formidable by Meng, True Dragon Bloodline. This Yi Yuan actually carries true dragon bloodline. Inside the fighting arena, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. True dragon bloodline itself was nothing much. There were quite a number of human clans that possessed true dragon bloodline, but Yi Yuan's terrifying dragon pressure made clear to all the purity of his bloodline. Under such dragon pressure, Yen Shan's body was actually trembling. Although he tried his very best to control himself to not tremble, that sort of desire to submit originating from the bloodline made him lose control over himself. "You guys, look, Yi Yuan, he actually cultivated dragon blood to the boundary of dragon transformation." At this moment, Yi Yuan's right arm actually thoroughly transformed into a dragon claw. The all the way unmoved, like an ancient well by Meng finally revealed astonishment in his eyes at this time. But his astonishment only flashed past before fading, recovering composure very quickly. Coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. The fleshy body strength of the right arm, which turned into a dragon's claw, rose by goodness knows how many times. Using the coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm at this time, the power was unparalleled. It was as if an azure dragon was going to crush a myriad life on Earth. What did a puny little Yen Shan count as? Boom. Under a palm, Yen Shan was directly smashed into a blurry mess of flesh and blood. It was also that Yen Shan fused with the 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline, and his fleshy body was likewise incredibly powerful, that he could barely manage to maintain a human form. How is this possible? Yen Shan looked at Yi Yuan, still unwilling to believe this fact until now. There's nothing impossible. Old Freak Wei is too extreme and already offended the entire demon region. Moreover, whether or not this extraction and refinement method can obtain genuine divine beast blood essence is also something that cannot be known. At the very least, it won't be much easier than breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yen Shan had shock written all over his face. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually knew so many things. Old Freak Wei was an extremely mysterious genius figure. Apart from those major powers in the divine realm, very few people were aware of his existence. This fellow did not follow conventional thinking and loved to capture members of the demon race to extract and refine divine beast bloodline, wanting to obtain genuine divine beast blood essence through this sort of method. It was just that divine beast bloodline extracted and refined with this kind of method was too heterogeneous. Experimental subjects like Yen Shan would basically all be reduced to half-human, half-beast lunatics in the end, a tool that only knew how to kill people. Old Freak Wei had killed Ji. Oh, D knows how many demons and already became the public enemy of the demon race. If not for the human race was too powerful, a war between the two races would probably have already occurred at this point. Even so, the Holy Region had no choice but to represent humans to declare Old Freak Way wanted at large. Only then did it calm down the fury of the demon region. This guy was simply a troublemaker. Apologies. The nonsense is a little much. I'll send you on your way, right now. A cold light flashed. Yen Shan's head directly flew out. This third level's powerhouse who rose sharply was killed by Yi Yuan just like this. On the grandstand, when Nailan Chu saw this scene, he was unbelievably agitated. When he woke up and heard that Yi Yuan started Azura mode, he was anxious until he nearly jumped up. But the Azura mode had already been activated. He could do nothing but bite his nails as well. Helpless, he could only make Sun Qi help him to the fighting arena, but just happened to see Yen Shan and Yi Yuan face off. Regarding Yi Yuan killing Yen Shan, Nailan Chu was not very surprised. What he was truly worried about was Bai Meng. Bai Meng, this guy, his strength was unfathomable. No one in the entire third level knew his depths. Although Nailan Chu was very confident in Yi Yuan facing an enigmatic guy like Bai Meng, he still had no confidence in his heart. Next, Bai Meng. The gray-robed middle-aged man's words were still calm, but that slight tremor still betrayed his state of mind at this time. Yi Yuan and Bai Meng's showdown should be the pinnacle battle of heaven enlightenment realms. Just who was strong and who was weak between the two people, this was something that everyone was waiting to see. Bai Meng slowly stepped forward. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said, "Coolly, you're very strong." Speaking until here, Bai Meng paused a bit, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan's response. Yet, Yi Yuan did not give him the slightest reaction. "However, you're not my match. Take your own life. I can leave you an intact corpse." Bai Meng's words revealed powerful self-confidence. After watching Yi Yuan's exaggerated fight and still being able to say this kind of words, if Bai Meng was not a moron, then he was powerful until it made one's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Bai Meng, this powerhouse who domineeringly occupied the third levels, number one belonged to the latter. Bai Meng's words aroused a wave of commotion. Quite a few people were all very stunned. Bai Meng is really too confident. Yi Yuan's performance is already sufficient to shock people's hearts. He actually did not take it to heart at all. The strength that Yen Shan displayed is much stronger compared to when he battled with Demon King. Yi Yuan was able to utterly crush him. Could it be that he still doesn't have the qualifications to face off with Bai Meng? Haha, Bai Meng is Bai Meng. He's indeed my idol. I believe that he's absolutely not bragging, but have sufficient strength to kill Yi Yuan. In the crowd, some people had doubts about Bai Meng's words. There was also a portion of the people who felt that Bai Meng had a well-thought-out plan. But no matter what, Bai Meng's strength was sufficient to threaten Yi Yuan. This point, and Body doubted it at all. The matter of besieging Demon King, you should have partook. 1. P. ate it as well, right? But Yi Yuan gave an answer which was irrelevant. Bai Meng smiled slightly and said, "This sort of trick, I'm actually very disdainful. But a puny little Demon King is not worthy of me making a move yet. So I let the people below go and play on their own." Bai Meng did not have the slightest intention of denying it. He had no need to deny it either. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. He had no need to mind a dead person's attitude. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's nodded his head slightly and said, "Very good. Begin then." Bai Meng smiled as he said, "I knew that you won't be willing to submit. But once I make a move, you probably won't have the chance anymore." Boom. While everyone had yet to react to it, Yi Yuan's body already flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the grand array. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. What happened just now? Did you guys see clearly? Everyone on the grandstand exchanged glances, all not quite certain of what happened. The two people were clearly still talking the previous moment. Why was Yi Yuan sent flying suddenly? A faint smile still hung on by Meng's face as he said, I said before, once I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore. Your fleshy body is indeed not bad, but in my view, it's completely not worth mentioning. Do you know why I remained in the third level? Simply because my cultivation realm hasn't broken through to phaseless realm yet. But my fleshy body has already broken through to Tier 8 long ago. Tier 8 fleshy body. This was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering a human martial artist stronger than him in body refinement. That punch earlier, Yi Yuan used his right arm to protect his whole body at the most critical moment, blocking by Meng's attack. Otherwise, whether Yi Yuan could stand right now or not was an issue. Yi Yuan's right arm fused with the primeval dragon bone. In terms of strength, it could absolutely reach Tier 8, but his body's other areas did not break through to Tier 8. Even so, Yi Yuan felt like his right arm was about to break. The might of this punch was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that this by Meng would actually be so strong.